Good morning, everybody. Welcome back again to the second day of our virtual matchmaking event on behalf of the European Smart City Marketplace. My name is Ilko Kruizinga, and I'll be your host during the various sessions of today, as I was yesterday. Today's topic will be on urban mobility and transport. And I do want to point you to the various good morning, everybody, detailed information that is available on the B2Match website, including the possibility to meet amongst yourselves. I can see that we have currently 60 meetings planned between yourselves. And actually, we do have 25 people who are interested to present a project concept to our investor network. And we're currently reviewing the maturity levels of those proposals to make sure that the investors can spend their time wisely on the information provided to them. Without further ado, I want to hand over now to Georg Huben of DG Energy and Luana Bidaska of DG Move, two directors of the European Commission, setting the scene for the topic of today. If you have any question to the panel, we can cater for that using the Slido facility. There's a link just below the video window on this page to Slido. If you have any other type of problem, you can meet us in a specific meeting area that we have set up for you. Link is to be found below as well. It is a Microsoft Teams environment where many of my colleagues are available to you to answer any question you might have. Now, without further ado, I want to hand over to Georg and Luana to set the scene for today's topic. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Ilko, and welcome everybody again to this online matchmaking event, second day on transport, urban transport and mobility. I'm here with my colleague Luana Bidaska, who is also giving you a bit more insight into the transport and mobility context we're in. So why do we care about cities? Why do we do that? And why do we do that in this specific situation at this time? Well, many of the aspects didn't change over time. They are always the same. First thing is that the biggest part of the EU's population lives in cities. Again, one big part of that is small and medium-sized cities. Secondly, cities are the generators of the biggest share of the EU's GDP. Thirdly, they deliver on all kinds of things, just for that reason, on jobs growth, but also resilience, investments, innovation, CO2 reduction, and so on. We could most likely continue that list for quite a while. And last but not least, and most importantly, cities are at the forefront of COVID-19 and have to cope with it, if you want, at the front line. So we think that's quite important. Now, what is generally happening on EU level to support cities? Well, first of all, there's the European Green Deal you might have heard of already, with a massive renovation wave and quite some actions on cleaner transport and logistics. And later on, my colleague Luana will tell you a bit more about that in detail. Then we have the Next Generation EU proposal, which is currently suggested with a suggested budget of 750 billion euro targeted at COVID-19 recovery, and most importantly, reconfirming that the European Green Deal is in fact the EU's recovery strategy. Last but not least, we have the next framework program, which is just around the corner, Horizon Europe, with again a number of measures in support of cities. There is the mission on climate neutral and smart cities, for example, or continued support to all kinds of projects, platforms, and so on to support cities. So again, cities are cemented as a very important part of European policies. Yes, and with that, I would like to hand over to my colleague Luana, who now gives us a bit more detail on the European Green Deal's urban mobility focus. Thank you, Luana.
Thank you, Georg, and good morning, everybody, from my side as well. So we cannot talk about the European Green Deal without mentioning what are its provisions for transport, and in particular for urban mobility. It has set ambitious targets for all sectors of European policy, and also including transport. So the ambition is to reduce transport emissions by 90% by 2050 to achieve carbon neutrality. And we want to achieve a drastically less polluting transport, especially in cities. The measures should be addressing emissions coming from car traffic, congestion, but also with a focus on improved public transport. It's also about a socially just transition. It's also about providing affordable solutions to cope with carbon pricing policies, for example, through public transport. Last but not least, the Green Deal would make a big push towards alternative fuels, towards cleaner vehicles. So we have a target for 1 million public recharging and refueling stations by 2025. And of course, to have 13 million zero and low emission vehicles expected on European roads.
Well, thank you, Luana. And I guess since this is the Mobility Day, Mobility and Transport Day today, we will, of course, also from Marketplace and try to support these ambitious goals and continue to bring mobility and transport, urban mobility and transport projects into the cities. Now, this leading us to the actual core purpose of this event, which is matchmaking. Now, what is matchmaking in the definition of the Marketplace? It's actually 3 very simple steps: explore, shape, deal. So see and learn what's next, shape your project should you have something interesting, and bring it into action plans, into feasible, tangible, concrete action plans, and finally find a deal to finance and deploy and implement that. That's actually a simple process which is aiming at bringing more projects to the market with private financing. So in a nutshell, mobilize the market with tested solutions. That's what we want to do. And we want to do that with you together today. And that's pretty much it from us. On behalf of my colleague Luana, and also from me, much success and lots of insights today. Enjoy your stay, stay connected, try to make new connections, get your heads around new solutions, and as said, much success with that. And with this, I wish you a wonderful day. Thank you very much. And before I forget, with this, I would also like to hand over to Mr. Lutz Heuser, who is going to moderate the panel, which is starting in a few minutes. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Georg, for the introduction. Very warm welcome from my side. My name is Lutz Heuser. I'm your moderator of today. In one of my responsibilities, I'm the so-called Action Cluster leader of the Action Cluster Sustainable Urban Mobility within the European Innovation Partnership for Smart Cities and Communities. I have the honor since very early days to support and join the initiative, and we had a number of activities in the past that we were talking through. Today in the panel, I have with me a great group of people that have a lot to share in the remaining 45 minutes of this first event of today. We will see Luana Bedashka again. She will share with us insights about what DG Move is envisioning and how we can see support from the European Commission in getting your projects going. We'll have Shiva Dasta from the European Investment Bank with us. Shiva is head of division there, and she will give us insights on how the EIB could be a potential candidate for financing and advising you with your projects. And then we have two colleagues who will share concrete projects with us. Francisco Jose Lopez from the city of Madrid will share with us what he has done with his team with respect to a Civitas project called Eccentric. And Anna Gretchen from the Transport for Greater Manchester will share with us the activities that they have undertaken also in the larger context of Civitas. For those of you who are not familiar with Civitas, this is an important initiative that is already ongoing for many, many years in DG Move with respect to cleaner transport. And there is a strong alignment between the EIP-SCC and Civitas. Would like to go to the next slide, please. Hannah, could you? Thank you. Before I hand over to our dear colleagues from the panel, let me just briefly share with you for a few minutes what the Action Cluster Sustainable Urban Mobility is all about. We have actually 4 lead initiatives within this Action Cluster. They've been listed here, and you will find them on the website if you're going there. Later today, you have the chance to get more insights in 2 of them, namely new mobility services and intelligent mobility for energy transformation, which it will happen pretty much right after this session here. We also have urban air mobility, a pretty new but very, very successful initiative on how airborne mobility can be integrated into the existing mobility means. And one of the probably longest lasting lead initiatives that we have is e-vehicles for smart cities and communities, which nowadays are, especially through the different programs on Commission level, but as well on member states level, are becoming quite substantially visible. What are the key activities that the Action Cluster is going after? One of it is exactly to support these kind of events we're in today, which is market take-up of sustainable urban mobility solutions. We're happy to help fostering that and exchanging this with those cities that have a need. Therefore, we are promoting replicable solutions so that other cities can benefit from lessons learned and could identify these solutions and creating opportunities for them within their own environment. And last but not least, and this is about today as well, is knowledge sharing across the whole EIP-SCC community and other networks such as Civitas and the lighthouse projects of the SCC, or want to name 2. As you know, today is part of a journey of 3 days where our other colleagues from energy and built environment, as well as from integrated infrastructures, are also presenting their work. So I hope that helps you to understand the stage in which we're in. But now let's move on and have our first panelist, Luana, giving us some insights about what is DG Move or the overall European Commission offering in this context. Luana, I would like to hand over to you for giving us your first insights, and please move to the next slide.
Thank you very much, Lutz. I hope you can all hear me.
Perfect.
So since 2013, the European Commission has set a view for urban mobility. And at the cornerstone of this urban mobility policy, we had the Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan concepts. The European Commission recommends to all cities and towns of all sizes from the EU, but not only, to adopt an SUMP because it would help them to achieve a more livable city It would help them to target and address specific issues related to congestion, air quality, but also work across sectors and bring together stakeholders to implement this plan. Last but not least, the SUMP has a special dedicated platform on the ELTIS website, where since the COVID-19 pandemic started, we started gathering good practice and information from cities all across. What we have also noticed is that cities which already had a plan and had a vision could accelerate some of the measures that were set already in this SUMP. During the summer, we will also issue a new SUMP guidance document that brings together all of this very recent information and practice from cities across. Also, another important piece of the puzzle is Civitas, of course. Since 2002, more particularly, Civitas has been working with 80 Living Lab cities in European-funded projects through Horizon funding, totaling amount being 250 million euros. And the main positive benefit of Civitas has been not only that you could test, replicate, experiment with innovation measures regarding adoption of clean fleets, but also redesign of your streets. It has been also capacity building. And by capacity building, I don't mean training, I mean cities working together with academia, working with experts, working also inside their own authorities and getting to know a bit better the processes that have to be put in place in order to achieve innovation. So we have a very good website there. I could also say a few words about, just to plug in our final point, the Urban Mobility Days. This is a conference bringing together the Civitas and the SUMP communities at the end of September. It was supposed to be a physical conference taking place in Brussels for the first time. It will be an annual event. This year it will take place online, and I think it's positive because people from all over the world can participate, and we can do it in a safe way as well. I will stop here, Lutz. I would also like to hand over to the other panelists, and I look forward for the discussion.
Thank you very much, Luana. We will certainly come back to those topics that you have raised. I'd like to introduce now as a next panelist, Shiva. She works for the European Investment Bank, which is very supportive and much known to the EIP-SCC community, as you're supporting us already for many, many years, being part of our events. Looking forward, Shiva, to give us insights about what kind of support can the audience expect from the EIB following Georg's statement that today is the day of matchmaking, where projects are trying to identify opportunities to finance and invest into these new sustainable mobility solutions that we are talking about. So Shiva, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Lutz, and I hope the connection, everybody hears me. I'm delighted to join you all, and indeed the EIB is going to be hopefully your reliable partner in financing your projects. But what we also do is provide technical and financial advice, and the area that I'm representing within the EIB is the Innovation Finance Advisory. As you know, as part of our climate commitment of the bank, we have really worked quite hard with the European Commission to integrate our advisory and financing activities and really be tailor them to actually the needs of cities, to urban mobility. So what we have across the various sort of value chain activities of cities, we're helping them to move from a linear, non-sustainable model to a more circular, sustainable, regenerative model, bringing in both the green and the digital dimension. And as part of that, the area that I'm responsible for is therefore looking at also the technology developments, the business model innovations that are required. So what I would just maybe also like to say in my introduction is that we have already a study that was done jointly with the European Commission, with RTD and DG Move, on sort of the on the financing of innovative and sustainable mobility. You see it on the slide. That study is available on our website. We have currently a pilot initiative going on, building on this, where we are sort of testing some of these ideas together with the support of Roland Berger. And here we have, in that process, had several stakeholder meetings, both with innovative companies as well as with cities and municipalities and the public sort of sector. We believe that through these sort of interactions, we gain a better understanding of what actually the needs are, where the big opportunities are, and ensure that our various products, both on the advisory and also on the financing, are fit for purpose. So I'm happy to give you a bit more of a flavor of the activities later on in the discussion. For now, I would certainly welcome any questions about the financing, and in any case, please do reach out to the EIB. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shiva. And we'll certainly come back to these topics throughout the panel discussion. For those in the audience that have started to post questions, we received them. We will take them after the introduction, so stay tuned with us. We certainly will try to follow up with your questions, and please keep going to post further questions if you have to. So next two speakers will give us now insight in the stakeholders. We will talk about what is actually going on within the projects, especially in the larger context of Civitas that Luana mentioned before. And we're very happy to have Francisco with us, who will talk about Eccentric, an initiative led by Madrid. So Francisco, the floor is yours. Please share with us what are you doing, what have you achieved, and how do you see the issue of matchmaking being reflected in your own activities? We're looking forward to your contributions.
Well, thanks very much, and it is a pleasure for me on behalf of the 5 cities making part of the Eccentric project to make part of this event. It is also very difficult to explain Eccentric in such a short time span. 50 measures, 5 living labs, meaning parts of the cities, of the participant cities where measures are being implemented, and more than 3 years of work now at a finishing stage. But anyway, we are dealing, as I said, with 50 measures concerning clean vehicles, new regulations on service on smart and sustainable mobility, and consolidation solutions. And we are talking about experiences already implemented, such as e-mobility stations, e-vehicle charging infrastructures, electric cargo, an electric cargo truck that has been designed during the project, consolidation centers for sustainable delivery, the use of sea transport, which is something that is being done by Stockholm, for example, instead of the moving the construction disposal using heavy cargo trucks, the improving signaling and mobility for personal mobility, such as walking, or sustainable mobility, such as walking or cycling, etc. So there are a whole lot of measures that have already been implemented, and it will be a pleasure to discuss any of them with any of the interested parties or actors that may want to look at how we have done that, including the possibility to contact the cities that have been actually implemented this measure. We have done this with a close partnership with the private sector. So we have, as I said, 28 partners, and most of them coming from the private sector, which have participated in the implementation of the measures. And finally, I would like to briefly speak about the reconsideration that we are doing now of the project results in the framework of the COVID-19 crisis. We believe that the project results remain extremely relevant. Some of them are much more relevant now that even that they went when we began the project. So we are preparing as well a specific deliverable on COVID-19 and sustainable mobility based on our experience during these years. So that would be all for the moment, and I hand over the floor again to the moderator and remain at your disposal for questions or discussion. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Francisco. We certainly will come back and try to understand even more about the impact that these living labs have generated. So we certainly will have the chance to dive deeper into the project and the impact it's being generating. Before we start with our questions, I'd like to include finally our final panelist, Anna. She works, as I said, for Transport for Greater Manchester, is in charge of the innovation strategy there, and she will give us some insights about the activities going on in Manchester. So Anna, please go ahead and give us your insights.
Thank you very much, Lutz, and hi everyone. Good morning. I completely forgot how much earlier it is here than it is for you all, so apologies. I'm fresh from my morning run. So I work for Transport for Greater Manchester in the innovation team, and I think for the UK it's quite a special thing to have an innovation team within a transport authority, and our main role is to advise Transport for Greater Manchester on how to embed new innovations and test pilots and drive new agendas such as mobility as a service, connected and autonomous vehicles, data and AI, video analytics, and so on. So we look after all aspects of innovation. There's a lot of things that to us might be innovation that to other cities are business as usual. So that's why we're very keen on collaborating with as many cities as possible and exchanging knowledge and of course sharing best practice. And we do that already through a very large program of funded projects. We have 16 funded projects at the moment, just coming through the innovation team, and most of them are EU funded through Horizon 2020, and we also have some UK funded from the Department for Transport and Innovate UK. Specifically today, I will be referring to our two Civitas projects. We have Sum Plus and Handshake. Very lovely acronyms, of course. It wouldn't be an EU project without the really nice acronym. Not as good as my CAV project on Levitate, which always gets a lot of giggles in the room. So Sum Plus is looking at pathways and links of implementation for sustainable urban mobility plans. And that's been probably the key to success so far that we haven't been able to reach due to having to follow specific agendas and the lack of resources. And now with COVID-19 in sight, we have actually been able to work a lot more on the projects due to not having any choice but to work more collaboratively across sectors, as we all have very limited resources. So the best way forward and to success, it's been to engage very closely with the health sector in particular. And they were our target sector for this project specifically, to bring together all our powers, identify any gaps in our strategies, and put together a strategy for health and transport working together towards decarbonisation. We have very ambitious goals in Greater Manchester. We want to be carbon neutral by 2038 and have a 50-50 right mix of modes. This means 50% car share and 50% sustainable modes. Currently, car share is a lot higher than you'd expect, depending on the district you're within. So we have 10 districts that make up Greater Manchester, and some are as high as 75 or 80, whereas some are lower, depending how close they are to the city centre. So we have very big targets, and we need all the support that we can get from all the other sectors, and of course our European partners to meet these. I think that's it from me. And yeah, if you have any questions, or if you have any more personal questions about these projects and the innovation team at TFGM, I've put it in my personal email address and also the innovation email address. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. We certainly will have a chance to dive into that. So that was the introduction of our panelists, and we would like to start now our Q&A. Before we look into the specific questions submitted via Slido, I'd like to first come back to Shiva and ask her, how could the cities expect more dedicated support? Could you be a bit more specific on examples on how cities could reach out? If someone is here in the audience saying, hey, Shiva, I have the right project, what can I do to get the support from EIB? What could be your potential answer to that?
Thank you very much, Lutz. Great question. And indeed, I would say if you are, depends on whether you are sort of the city or a particular company, but there are obviously a number of various ways we can give you support. So a first starting point can be, in fact, the advisory hub. The European Investment Advisory Hub, EIA.org, where we have a great program called EIP-SCC, and EIP-SCC will provide you with sort of technical and financial advisory support to kind of help you identify the potential right tool, the financing tool that you can benefit from, but also prepare you in order to have better access to those tools. So that is certainly I would say, an interesting entry point for that support. You may, and those of you who have perhaps had already projects, may know the ELENA program, which is also quite useful, and EIP-SCC in a way just sort of is the entry point. So through EIP-SCC you can also benefit in the future then from ELENA, if that is sort of your if that is the fit. ELENA effectively provides you with grants that then finance all types of feasibility studies and work in order to prepare for a potential larger sort of scale of an initiative. And finally, what I would say is if you have a specific project, and in fact I'm happy to bring a slide to that is on the right now on the screen, and I hope you will see that we have of course a number of financing tools along the whole value chain, and also along the risk appetite chain. And the ones that are listed here primarily for smart mobility and urban projects. Below you see a number of examples. They range from companies that are more in the software space like Bolt, and we have a number of those software players right now in our advisory portfolio preparing for potential financing through some of those impact finance envelopes. We have technology developers such as Rimac who produce sort of the components for e-mobility cars. But we have also, more standard products to finance, for instance, a new bus fleet in Warsaw, when cities are trying to basically, use their use the opportunities to actually bring in cleaner solutions. Now, in these cases, if a project is not necessarily immediately ready for a financing, this is where the advising can be actually quite useful and valuable. So I would say, Lutz, to your question, I think if in doubt, if you don't have necessarily a direct counterpart yet at the EIB on the banking side, and you would like to explore, then advisory will be your right entry point, and we will of course then ensure that you are directed to the relevant service.
Thank you, Shiva, for these insights. I hope that this was sufficient for the matchmaking event thereafter, where people then can certainly follow up on this. I'd like to have Luana joining me. Luana, the SMUP is a very important element in getting towards bankable solutions because it sets the larger context. Could you elaborate a bit on what's the expectation from DG Move when it gets to the SMUP? We heard from Anna and Francisco that they are following the SMUP recommendation to put this up as an important element. I think it's important to share with the audience, what do you think is necessary in order to have successful implementation of these kind of mobility projects we're talking about? Just open your mic, please, Luana. Thank you. Here
it is. Okay. Yes, indeed, the SUMP seems to be the basis of all the Civitas projects that we have been financing through Horizon and through FP7. Sometimes cities also apply in projects that help them renew their SUMP or their vision. And I think what's really important is to use this tool in a way that helps you identify the most cost-efficient measures, the measures that bring the most benefit, and also to help you prioritize where to invest and how to allocate the limited funding that you would have available as a city prior COVID-19, for example. During this economic crisis, liquidities will probably be less. So cities will be expected to do more with less. So investing in the right measures will be very important. So the SUMP can serve as a tool for that.
Thank you. Sorry. No, there was a question that I'd like to add to this, Laura, because it seems like it would address presumably the Commission. The question is, how does the EU going to achieve 13 million low/zero emission vehicles on roads? Will there be any intervention regarding private vehicles? Was a question in Slido, which you can probably comment on, hopefully.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So there are various ways that we can achieve this tremendous number. Well, first of all, cities are playing an important role here because they themselves adopt low emission zones, for example, which restrict the use of certain fuels and certain cars. So in time, this will bring new, cleaner cars on the roads. And then secondly, through projects, cities can use their purchasing power by procuring cleaner vehicles, and so increase the fleet of clean vehicles. And then from a regulatory point of view, the European Commission is reviewing the Alternative Fuel Infrastructure Directive at the moment. So my colleagues in the unit are working on that. So we expect to have a new legislation out next year. And then in the wider framework, I know that the CO2 emission standards for cars and vans will be reviewed again.
Thank you. I'd like to turn to Francisco and Anna. There's a question in Slido. You have already somewhat responded to that, but I'd like to take the question again and asking you, do the experts expect an increase in use of personal transport in your particular region at the expense of public transport due to COVID-19, and what are the consequences there are? So Francisco and Anna, could you please comment if you see that, and what do you think, how do you respond to that?
Yes, thanks. Also a very important question these days. Yes, we do expect, but not only expect, but we have already seen an increase in the use of personal mobility during these days. That may be good and bad. May be good as far as it is promoting sustainable modes of transport, walking, biking, electric scooters, and so on. It is bad as far as it is going to promote as well an increase in the use of car, or at least in the percentage of car in the modal use. So we're gonna have all kinds of consequences, and we need to deal with these consequences from the city governments. There will be, in our view, there will be demand changes. We have heard a lot about flattening the curve of the COVID-19 virus spread. We need to flatten the curve of the peak hours in public transport, because we don't have the capacity in the present conditions. We don't have the capacity to move as many people as we used to before this crisis. We need to deal with this increased car use that I talked about, and we need to make sure that micromobility is spread in our cities in a sustainable way. In the post-COVID-19 world, we can also make use of the possibility of use our resources that are very scarce in the cities, and that now is more available than ever for sustainable transport, which is public space. We used to be very we used to have to work very hard to get public space for sustainable mobility users, and now there's a possibility within these times of changes, as many cities are doing, including Madrid, to get back some of these spaces for the use of sustainable transport. We're going to need for regulatory changes. We're going to make sure that the positive environmental impacts that we have had during these days, for example, air quality or noise reduction, are preserved as best we can. And finally, we have to make sure that all these investment opportunity in sustainable mobility that comes with these initiatives of the European Union, the European Commission, the national governments are going to invest very heavily in many areas during the next months and years, are used for the purposes of a more sustainable mobility. Thanks.
Thank you, Francisco, from your insights from Madrid. Anna, how is it in Manchester? Do you also experience that change? And what is your response to that as the innovation officer of this?
I'll pick up first on Francisco's point that he made last about investment. And I just want to say, I feel like I've not been going to the gym for 3 months, but I think I'm getting like really big muscles in my forearms from bidding constantly on European funding, because it seems to be raining with funds at the moment. And obviously there's a lot of interest in going for those, especially for the response to COVID-19 action. So we've successfully won some new projects, which has been great, as that's really pushing forward the innovation agenda. And we're now hopefully waiting back from another fund that's more on walking and cycling, because for us, yes, of course, as most other cities, we have seen public transport being affected the most. And that's not surprising, because the UK government has advised against it unless it's necessary to use. And during lockdown, the demand has reached as low as 5% of usual peak demand. So that's very, very low. And rail and tram have been affected the most. For us, particularly as TFGM, tram is bad because we own it and operate it. So obviously that's affected us hugely. Whilst bus doesn't seem to be as low, but it's still 10% of its usual levels. So that's pretty bad. And the difference in, I want to say, sort of peaks for travel time on roads and the demand we're seeing on the roads, it seems to be very closely related to the social demographics of the area. And I think that's something that we will definitely look into further, because it's not something that we were particularly paying that much, attention to very closely. But we have definitely seen a huge difference in, the way people travel from different areas, and that of course indicates whether they have the capability or not to work from home. I think as a city, we are also looking for a lot of sort of answers. So for us, we're trying to understand what are the most effective social distancing interventions for public transport, and how can we manage these, and what's the best way to communicate with customers to maintain the safety, but also provide them with alternatives, because I think at the moment it would be very inward looking to just say walk and cycle, don't take the car, because if you look at the 2.8 million people that live in Greater Manchester and the really narrow pavements and cycleways, that's impossible. That would be like asking everyone to use the car when the roads are very narrow. So it's not feasible. So we're focusing a lot more on reallocation of road space as well. And the government, the UK government, has released a lot of emergency funding for cycling. So obviously, whilst we've been trying to actively work as much as possible within the international space, we're quite keen to get hold of this emergency funding, as it's fast forwarding our 10-year plan of 1.5 billion investment in improving cycling infrastructure. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Anna. That's great insight. And cycling certainly seems to be all over an important modality that now has raised much more attention than ever before. So good to share that. There's another question I'd like to put to Luana and Shiva, which is about hydro energy. So the question first probably to Luana, because that's more specifically probably to be answered by you. And then I'd like Shiva to comment, because I know you're dealing with this topic very intensively on what kind of bankability or projects can be considered being bankable in that context. So the question is, Luana, in what way is hydrogen considered as part of the energy mix for sustainable urban transport? That was a question from Slido.
Yes, hydrogen is considered in the energy mix, of course, the right fuel for the right use. So in this sense, maybe there is interest in the audience to know about the Green Deal call topic that will be available soon under Research and Innovation. You can find online all the call topics under this. There are some topics regarding integrated solutions for smart cities and communities, but also green airports and green ports. So I think, yes, hydrogen will play a big role also in this. There is also work ongoing on the Next Horizon partnerships, and one of them will be called 2.0. So there will be a lot of investment into zero emission fuels. So of course, hydrogen will be part of this.
Thank you, Anna. Shiva, could you comment on what the EIB is considering in that context, please? I can't hear you.
Indeed, as some of you may know, last year we actually updated energy lending policy. Does anybody? I am on.
Yeah, there was a delay.
You hear me?
Just keep going. Yeah, it's just a delay.
Yeah, I hear some nods. Okay, apologies. So we last year we updated our energy lending policy, and hydrogen was actually very explicitly included as one of the important sort of transitional and important new energy solutions. Now, transitional in the sense that, of course, most of the current hydrogen is coming from fossil fuel sources. So indeed, it is sort of the gray hydrogen, and where the bank, and this is also certainly the area where my team's very actively involved, is how to increase the source of clean hydrogen. So here I'm looking at this particular topic of the role of hydrogen as part of the Green Deal. And in that particular mandate, we are also looking for who are the other investors that are interested in supporting such technology solutions and projects by mapping them, identifying them, and bringing them into as investors along with the EIP. So maybe one project that is perhaps interesting is on the refueling stations. We are working with H2 Mobility in Germany to look at the financing of the rollout of a really more massive rollout of hydrogen refill stations all across Germany. This is where classically the chick-egg comes, assets that maybe for a while be potentially underutilized because you need to have the cars and the vehicles on the road to actually use the refill station. So this chicken egg, but of course nobody will buy cars unless you have the refill stations, readily available. So this is the sort of risk that we have now tools such as the Energy Demo Project and other financing tools that I mentioned earlier in my on my slide that can actually help break that chicken egg. And hence we look forward to more such projects. As I mentioned, we have on the hydrogen front, we also help cities to refleet their buses and so on. And then finally, what I would also add is the to industrial solutions. So it may be not directly related to the cities, but of course cities very often host these industrial companies, and to the extent that they can benefit from financing to use electrolyzers and sort of make these additional investments to decarbonize using hydrogen, that is something the EIB can also support.
Thank you, Shiva. So we have about 5 minutes left. I think we can go for probably 1 or 2 more questions if you can keep your answers short, and then I'm happy to close up here so that the audience can follow the remaining part of today's program. There's a question that I'd like to pose to Francisco. There was a question related to the citizens who want to start a car sharing scheme among themselves in their neighborhood. Is this part of the Living Lab concepts you were referring to in any of these 5 cities? Have anyone experienced that? And I'd like to add to that question, the question of now that the project is kind of getting to its close, if I understand that correctly, will these Living Labs then scale up within the cities across the different neighborhoods accordingly? Could you please comment on this, Francisco?
Sure. Yes, car sharing has been one of the focus of the project, and we have some experiences on this. We have quite a big experience in Madrid for private services, but we have also during the project in Turku, in Finland, the Finnish partner has performed a test on this, and we have this experience within the project. And as the upscale of the project results, this is a very pertinent question, because now is particularly the moment in which we are working very hard to upscale the project results, not only in our 5 cities, where of course we are doing so, as the question was, but also in other cities that may be interested in learning from our Living Labs experience. So this is the situation right now.
Thank you, Francisco. Anna, there's one question. We probably don't have time to elaborate lengthily, but any relevance of autonomous transport in Manchester, given all these projects and innovations you're taking on? What's the role of autonomous mobility? Is there any?
Okay, that's fine. I'll keep it short. I think the end goal will always be fully connected and autonomous to become more efficient and meet our 50-50 mix. So of course, not competing directly with active modes or mass transit, as we see cabs in Greater Manchester to complement these systems. But for now, what I've been working on in the last 6 months or so is taking the learning from what we know so far. So, for example, we have developed a CAV strategy with principles, and they are all encompassing. And we've engaged with citizens, we've engaged with disability groups to understand how these fit in the city landscape and if this is suitable for them. So what we're doing now is pushing forward with more tangible outputs from these technologies. So for example, I'm now leading on a project that's using video analytics that was actually built for CAVs, and we're using it at our multimodal interchanges to measure the impact of social distancing and adherence to this. So basically taking something that's been designed for CAVs by a company called Humanizing Autonomy and adding it to an existing asset. And we're doing this similarly for things such as connected infrastructure and collaborative ITS. So taking everything that we've learned so far through all our trials and making sure that it's being materialized and used going forward, because of course there's always that big gap between strategy and like where we are now, the really big gray space no one seems to be infilling at the moment. So we're just trying to work as much as possible with local companies and UK SMEs to actually fill in that gap. So the next step for us is to take all these sort of, I want to call them like COVID-19 action projects and turn them into a strategy to start filling in that grey space to meet our CAV strategy overall.
Okay, I'd like to start with you with the final round. 30 seconds. What is the key takeaway that the audience should take away from the Greater Manchester area and your activities there from the transport perspective?
I think we've been learning more throughout COVID-19 exactly what our gaps are in knowledge and why we need to continue working collaboratively with other cities and other companies, because we can't be experts in everything. So it's good to understand exactly where we can partner up and exactly with what company. So I think during the last 3 months, we've definitely been a lot more sort of open-armed to working with like anyone that comes to talk to us, as long as we can explain to them, here are our challenges and how can you help us meet these with a solution, and also being involved in more sort of rapid wins, let's say, or well, projects that might work or not.
All right, Francisco, your 30-second statement. What do we take away from Madrid for today?
A very simple message. We are finishing Eccentric. All measures are mostly implemented, so we are replicating them and upscaling them. So we invite all the audience to contact us should they be interested in work with us, with any other 5 cities or other cities in implementing these measures.
Okay, thank you very much. Shiva, the 30 seconds takeaway from EIB.
Well, if you would like to have money and advice how to get the money, then please do reach us. Also reach out to us. You can do so either through innofinadvisory@eib.org or through the EIB Advisory Hub. So that's EIAH at org. Yeah. So it's EIAH@eib.org. Apologies for that. And please do reach to us, because we would like to help you to get to the right financing solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Luana, as being the host of today here, your 30 seconds takeaway for the audience for the rest of the day and beyond.
Yeah, I think Civitas is proving itself to be, and the cities involved in Civitas projects It's proving itself to be a repository of bankable solutions with a good return on investment. So don't shy away of interacting with these cities and looking at what measures they have adopted with what results. That's my first message. And then my second message is to keep an eye on the Green Deal call topic. Have a look at the next Horizon Europe plans, interact perhaps with the overall Horizon framework, and have a look at the Horizon City Mission or the Horizon City Partnership, because this is also something that is under discussion. So the innovation in cities will happen also a lot through Horizon to continue to test this type of innovative measures.
Thank you. This was the panel of today from the EIP-SCC Marketplace initiative, where we're talking about sustainable urban mobility. We talked about SUMP, the capabilities that EIB can bring to the table, and 2 concrete examples from Madrid and Manchester. I hope you enjoyed it. Looking forward to seeing you again. This was Lutz Heuser. I am the Action Cluster Lead of the Action Cluster Sustainable Urban Mobility of the EIP-SCC. Thank you very much and goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So back to Ilko Kruijsenga, one of the matchmakers of the Smart City Marketplace team. So we do have a few minutes off, and then we'll reconvene at 11:15 with some great examples of projects in Europe in the space for urban mobility and transport. So see you in a couple of Good morning. Welcome back again to our third session for today. We have had an interesting panel this morning. Now we're going to explore two so-called action clusters, which are a key component of the Smart Cities Marketplace, as they represent expert groups that help shape projects in, let's say, hot topic areas of smart cities in Europe. And the two hot topic areas that we have with us today are new mobility services and intelligent mobility solutions for energy transition. So we have two groups of presentations. One group of presentations will be hosted by Edwin Mermans, and the second group of presentations will be hosted by Ricardo Poeta. My name is Ilko Kruizinga. I'm your matchmaker for today and actually for the next 2 years, helping you to meet with the right people and helping you to build a project that is fit for finance. Again, I want to point you to the opportunity to ask questions to the various presenters. We have a tool called Slido. It's just a simple link that's available from the page that you're looking this video from. Just use that link, type in your question. We'll be seeing those questions, and I will be, handing out those questions to the various presenters as we go along. Then there's also a meeting area and a help desk. Behind the scenes, we have colleagues available to you should you have any questions. The meeting area is also available via a link on this page. It is a Microsoft Teams environment, and there's always somebody there to help you. Now, without further ado, I want to hand over to Edwin, who's going to take us through the Intelligent New Mobility Services Action Cluster topic area. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Edwin Mermans from the province of Noord-Brabant in the Netherlands, and I'm one of the coordinators of the so-called New Mobility Services initiative, which is one of the three initiatives in the Action Cluster Sustainable Urban Mobility. New Mobility Services, that is about large-scale implementation of new mobility services in a smart city context. What we want, that is a breakthrough in the implementation and a mainstreaming of novel mobility solutions enabled by autonomous mobility, CITS, and mobility as a service. We are not about technology push, but to make cities better. What we want is to create impact in cities and regions for citizens. It's about dealing with challenges such as congestion, lack of space, clean air, inclusion, but also about creating new jobs. NMS is a partnership and a community with, at the moment, over 100 active stakeholders from cities and regions, industry, SME, universities, consultancies, and so all stakeholders that are part of this transition. For now, we are especially interested to have more cities and regions on board, especially those with experience and ambitions in fast-tracking the uptake of new mobility services, but also always looking for industry and SME with new solutions and services and vehicles that they want to test in an urban context. NMS is working at the moment in 6 working groups, and today you can listen to 4 of our coordinators, 2 of them this morning, and 2 this afternoon at another session at 2 o'clock. In the very last slide, you find my contact details if you want to know more and want to join the NMS partnership. So now I give the floor to Eleonore Venin, and after that to Theo Thuis. And I didn't use all the slides, but I will click now. Okay, this was one slide, and then you see here the slide with the 6 working groups. And now I give the control to Eleonore.
Hello. Hello, everybody. It works. Just a sec. Okay. So Hannah, I may need your help with the mouse. So good morning. I'm very pleased to present to say a few words about this working group named Last Mile Smart Walking and Cycling. This is the first working group, but the last born of new mobility services. The topic that we are addressing is very, very broad. It's a burning issue. Our ambition is to ask the right questions about last mile smart walking and cycling to make it an engine for creating and launching new projects, gathering several types of stakeholders. But let me tell you more about that. So this working group is about gathering partners from both the public and the private sector, cities in France, cities and government in France, to think about new services, to smartly walk and cycle, and to build strong guidelines, and ideally to define new set of rules that could be replicable all over Europe. So I'll try to go to the next slide. Okay, so we have a broad approach, both in terms of content and in terms of collaboration. In terms of content, as you can see in this slide, we would like to address this topic from a human-centered point of view, but also by drawing links with all the other issues, logistics, parking, pollution, and we have a specific focus on the health of people, making the city healthier and making smart walking and cycling a best alternative to period like the period we are going through with COVID-19. We see that walking, cycling is a relieving option for mobility these days. Sorry, I'm not skilled at that. Okay, so this is an example of questions that we are addressing and asking in this work package. How to make people walk or cycle? This is a very simple question, but we see multiple answers blooming all over Europe. So which answers are the best? And the best being those who are replicable and who could convey the best practices in Europe. How to guide people, how to guide the pedestrians and the two-wheelers specifically. This is a specific type of communication. How to guide them, how to communicate with them in a safe and appropriate way. How to educate people to walk and cycle. It's not always easy to say, go out and walk, go out and cycle. Well, what type of incentives could work? Which are the best incentives that we could offer to people, and how to change the attitude toward smart walking and cycling in certain countries where there is no specific culture of it. I'm speaking from France. I'm based in France today, and I can tell you that in France it's not as easy to walk and cycle as in the Netherlands, for example. So there is a real education to be made. Our roadmap. Like I told you, we are very young as a work group in new mobility services. So we are here between preparation and action. We are still mapping the scope, asking the good questions, and calling for people, both from organizations and cities, to join our work group. We will soon launch our first projects that we would like to apply to European funding programs. We have a first project under preparation on the appropriate communication to pedestrians and two-wheelers. This is something that we are having in mind for early 2021, but this is the first project. We have a lot of resources that we would like to gather with you. So this project should be launched by the end of this year, early next year, for great impact on cities and governments. We want to launch impactful projects. So cities could be very important stakeholders to test and experiment these new services for smart walking and cycling. This leads to my last slide. Our vision, our ambition is to create strong public and private partnership and to have a very open approach. The projects we will launch should gather all types of stakeholders that are involved in smart walking and cycling and making it better in cities. So this is the first point in terms of type of partnership. The second point is that we want to be open to the other working groups of NMS. And the first work group we'd like to interact with and synergize with is smart parking. And this is our next presentation with Theo. And eventually, we will synergize with the work group Excellent Governance, because our ambition, as I told you, is to define the best replicable practice for smart walking and cycling. So join us or send us a message if you want any information on how to join this work group. This work group is co-coordinated by 3 organizations, which totally illustrates this ambition of creating public-private partnership. So I represent the private sector. The University of Breda is representing the academic world, and the region of Northeastern England is representing the government type of partners. So join us. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for having the opportunity to present the smart parking working group. Thank you very much, Leonore, for your presentation about cycling and walking. My name is Theo Thuis. I'm representing the European Parking Association. It's an association of 21 countries, public and private, dealing with more than 440 million parking spaces all over Europe, of which 44 million are regulated, representing an industry of more than 25 billion euros. Let me see. So smart parking is presented as a part of the new mobility service ecosystem. You will all recognize the interrelationships with the digitalization, the public realm, which I will tell you a little bit more about it with other modes of transport. So today, smart parking is enabled by digitalization, which is crucial. All kind of ways of identification by license plates, by QRs, codes, supporting new mobility modes, and a dynamic multi-use of space. What's very important that it's all data driven, and we need to get an alignment of these available data. Which is still a very huge challenge. Many systems which are not aligned and not connected. So talking about a seamless customer experience is really a challenge in the mobility arena. Oops. So a very good example of the last couple of years is Barcelona, where they have integrated the curbside management, that's parking on street, with the urban mobility system, and they were able to reduce the number of private vehicles from 2.6 million to 1.2. So that's a fantastic contribution in keeping the city flowing and keeping the city accessible and livable. I would like to mention a very important program that's called Park for SUMP, and they just published, and we're working together with Park for SUMP. It's a Civitas program together with Polis and EPA, and there you will find a very good overview of good reasons and principles for parking management. So in this parking management, Park for SUMP is presenting parking management as a game changer for urban mobility. And Park for SUMP helps cities to integrate innovative parking management solutions into sustainable urban mobility plans for a better mobility and quality of life. And it stimulates the movement and turning parking from reactive and operational as today to become more strategic and effective and holistic. So 16 European cities have teamed up with some support of technical partners and research centers. And the program started in 2018. There's a small delay, of course, now by COVID, but it will be continued until 2022-23. A great number of fantastic examples. And we are working, as point number 4, very closely together with Park for SUMP, Polis, and the EPA. More specifically, I would like to mention today in this session a couple of other projects, which is very actual due to COVID. A lot of cities are adapting the road capacity of inner cities. So also, in addition to what Leonora was talking about cycling and walking, cities like Brussels, Paris, London, Milan, Barcelona, they are really speeding up in creating more safe, because it's also about safety when we're talking about cycling and walking capacity, less on-street parking. And there's really a revolution going on in the big cities. Now the challenge is it also will it also be implemented in medium-sized cities, let's say between 100,000 and 500,000 inhabitants. We are working together, number 2, with Polis in the REVEAL program about access regulations for urban vehicles. Most of the European countries are very afraid of congestion charging, that kind of stuff. So there is an environmental regulation program going on, which is very effective, and we have to find a way to get aligned with these programs. Also very interesting now is the alignment and the supporting of the electric cars by creating a sustainable electric charging infrastructure in cities. So we all know the brand hubs of Tesla and Ionity. We all know the charging infrastructure at home and at the office. But there will be now additional services, fast charging at petrol stations, for example, or in car parks. The network capacity, that's one of the challenges in cities. So how are we able, let's say, first until 2030 to enable all these electric cars? Again, we're playing a lot of crossovers with the other working groups. Leonora mentioned already cycling and walking. I would like to mention urban freight. This afternoon, Danielle de Boer will present especially the availability of urban space. You can only use it once. So why aren't we identifying more flexible usage of that urban space? So we are defining an urban freight project by having smart deliveries and redefining the curbside management. in different cities. And there we have an alignment with Alice. In the last project, traffic management, you see, due to the digitalization, we are able to direct and inform customers more effectively in reducing searching traffic and the usage of other modes of transport. So what's the impact? It's a little bit confusing, I must admit, these days. More private transport, cycling, walking, e-mobility and e-cars. More public space in the first ring outside the pedestrian zones. Reduction of on-street parking capacity. A better usage of existing off-street capacity by parking for all vehicles. Reduction of searching traffic by pre-bookings, navigation and car-free zones. And really a change in the modal split. So more walking and cycling, public transport and less car traffic. I would like to announce our next year conference in Brussels, where we are taking the EU Green Deal as a starting point, integrating parking into dynamic urban management. So thank you very much, and you're kindly invited to join us. I'm also representing Marek and Iwona from Navi Parking. Thank you very much.
Echo, I think this would be time for the questions from the audience.
Yes, indeed. So we have some questions related to new mobility services. And they're quite varied. And indeed, there's a question. The first question was really around becoming a test bed. Is that possible? And how does a city link up to new mobility service to become a test bed, or to be in discussion around that topic of becoming a test bed? So maybe that's a question for Edwin to respond to, the man with the oversight.
Exactly. I mean, I'm one of the overall coordinators of NMS and trying to get new partners on board. So especially cities with ambitions to be part of a test bed, just contact me. I'm on the tool here on the matchmaking event, so I think you can find me. Otherwise, I will ask Vanessa to give my contact details. It's also on the very last slide from now. And yeah, we are ourselves in my region a test bed in which we test all kinds of solutions, and we're really eager to have from all over Europe regions and cities in their context to test solutions. I could talk about it 2 hours more.
Okay, thanks Edwin. Thanks Edwin. And then there was a question. I think it was around the item that Eleanor was talking about, the last mile, or talking about walking is the question. So what would be the average distance people will want to walk, and what sort of incentives have you seen or are considering to get people to walk even or more? It's probably a question for Eleanor, or maybe that's something you want to research. Something you want to research, perhaps.
This is something we're researching, actually. Yes, these are very good questions. First answer to the question: what would be the average distance people would want to walk? I would answer, it depends. It depends on who you are, your age, your physical condition. So it really depends. And this is a very important aspect in research. Depending on who you are, you will be keen on walking more or less, and you will need this or that type of incentive. So this leads to the second question. What sort of incentives have we seen to get people to walk more? Well, I have in mind some examples. Having people offering people rewards when they walk within a challenge or a game, and they get reward, so they will be interested in walking more to get these rewards. Challenges, collaborative challenges, That could be an interesting aspect too. And also, we have here in Lyon, in France, we have this experiment of a digital signage system which displays the walking distance. And this has an impact on the decision making. People realize, they are aware that going to that museum or going to the swimming pool is not that far in terms of walking distance. So they decide to walk instead of taking the bus or taking the car. So this is the type of example that we have these days. But
thank you, Eleanor. So there are actually quite a few other questions, but also in the interest of time, what I suggest then also to the people of the New Mobility Services initiative is to gather those questions up and then sort of route them via Edwin, and then we can, arrange a response to those questions and post them on the B2Met website, if that's okay. Now I want to hand over to Ricardo Poeta, who is representing the Intelligent Mobility Energy Transition Initiative. So I want to give the controls to Ricardo. Welcome, Ricardo. I'm looking forward to hearing your story. Thank you.
Hi, Elko. Thank you so much. So Ricardo Poeta, I represent the IMET, which stands for Intelligent Mobility for Energy Transition. And IMET is there to support the Commission's commitments in the energy roadmap by 2050. As you know, the target is to achieve at least 32% renewable energy production by 2030 and climate neutral by 2050. So basically, intelligent mobility refers to the interaction of electric vehicles, which have increasingly autonomous driving capabilities with the surrounding infrastructure, including energy systems. So in a way, it represents a transformation in the way vehicles are driven, integrated into society, and powered. In this graphic, you can see a visualization whereby electric vehicles, batteries, and also energy efficiency technologies are integrated into the wider energy system. So the idea here is that you would use your car at night to use the energy, and during the day you would produce your own energy. I mean, this includes themes such as energy decentralization, smart charging, battery storage, vehicle to grid, and in order to achieve energy decentralization, trying to click here, yes, it works. We need to go to a new model in which we will have many small power producers instead of having industrial large power plants. So basically decentralized, ignoring boundaries. This will also include small-scale transmission and regional supply compensation. It will go in both directions, and the consumer will also be participating in the system. In here, you can see an example of a commercial / public area as well. So this is the Johan Cruijff Arena in Amsterdam, which is totally self-sufficient using second life batteries from old Nissan Leafs, actually, and also producing the solar energy. So this IMET initiative wrote a white paper recently, and we have here with us Anna Domenech, which is the leader of the IMET initiative, co-lead together with me, and she will talk a little bit about that. Anna?
Thank you, Ricardo. So you have explained very well what is the background of our initiative. It was launched by Nissan Europe back in 2017. The objective was to, sorry, there has been a mistake with the slides. So the objective was to foster open collaboration with the different stakeholders in order to achieve together a massive rollout of the intelligent mobility solutions, which in turn would help supporting the energy transition, so the further resilience and sustainability of our energy systems. We have organized the work in 2 different work packages. The first one is, as Ricardo already introduced, the white paper. It's related to supporting the public authorities to make the right choice in order to remove the blockers for this rollout of the solutions. We have identified 6 different action points. I will go very quickly through it. We advocate for further integrating, getting a more integrated approach when defining policy measures to support energy and mobility, decentralizing energy systems, further electrifying mobility, integrating smart charging capacity to our infrastructure, incentivizing investments in order to allow the scale up of the solutions, and finally, empower consumers. Just to exemplify, just to illustrate the way we have worked, because it's not just Nissan working on this initiative. The idea is that it needs to be a very open initiative in order to achieve its objectives. We have collaborated in the white paper with local and also pan-European partners in the different sectors, industry in energy and mobility, research centers, universities, large pan-European networks. For instance, in terms of large pan-European networks, we have key endorsers of the white paper, which are Polis Network, which is the network for cities and regions on innovation in transport. Then we have Euroelectric, the sector association for electricity partners, and Avere, the network for electromobility. But we have other pan-European networks, we have big industrial groups, we have very small SMEs and startups. And in the project, we are also working on what we call the IMET projects. We also have cities and, well, many different partners at local level. So that's our second work package. First one was about policymaking. Second is about real cases and how actually we can prove that intelligent mobility solutions have a very significant impact in the sustainability of our society. So we are organized per country across the whole Europe. We have an ambassador of IMET in each country, and this ambassador has been charged to foster collaboration in order to launch projects on intelligent mobility. Many projects have been organized, and we have made a selection of the 10 projects that we believe more efficiently illustrate the impact of intelligent mobility in society. So I will give back the floor to Ricardo to present the different ambassadors that are presenting projects today. We have many more, and they will be all displayed on the website soon. But if you have more doubts or you want to join the initiative, you can always contact us directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. So as Anna mentioned, we have invited some of our ambassadors to showcase the projects and have a little discussion on their feasibility. So Marek, are you there? Hello, Marek.
Yes. Hello.
Marek
Good afternoon.
from Levy Parking. Hi. Can you explain us how you're transforming car parks into e-mobility hubs, please?
Yes. Thank you very much, Ricardo. I would like to present the Park and Charge project done together with Polish Academy of Science in Warsaw, supporting IMET objectives through parking digitalization and creation of e-mobility hubs. Parking digitalization enables transition to more sustainable, new citizens-oriented business models in electromobility, e-logistics, e-car sharing. Parking capacity can be repurposed in order to satisfy needs of different stakeholders as cities, parking owners, mobility service providers, logistic companies, and citizens. The objective of the project is delivery of the architecture framework ready for scaling in other cities and regions. Through standard APIs, all stakeholders can get access to digital parkings, including EV charging stations, while providing innovative and sustainable services. So we open up ourselves to ecosystem providing e-mobility services. Thank you.
Thank you, Marek. I believe, Jason, are you there? Jason Warwick?
Yes, hello.
Hi, Jason. Jason is from your Urban Integrated. Could you please tell us about your Easy Charge?
So Easy Charge is what we call our product, which results from our project in the UK, which was also called Park and Charge. So slight name change to avoid confusion. So this is about a technology and business model to enable EV charging at scale in car parks. So we believe that the largest part of the EV charging market outside of charging at home will be charging on the street or for homes that don't have parking spaces, which is around 43% of drivers in the UK. Similar research in Germany shows it's a similar figure. On top of that, we also have the destination visitors to car parks, which is again another very substantial part of the market. The technology solution includes a specific charger, 22 kilowatts, which has got the best price performance for what we believe the demand will be in the car parks. We have a next generation charge point operator platform that focuses on convenience features such as reservations, guaranteed reliability and availability of the chargers, but also revenue optimization for the car park operators. The business model is very unique in terms of we've developed a return on investment calculator in conjunction with Oxford University and Oxfordshire County Council. So that ensures that we target car parks where we know that there will be a good return on investment based on demand and the cost of installing the infrastructure. Also a link to a previous presentation that we saw, we are measuring the distance that people are prepared to walk, between 5 to 10 minutes walk from their homes to these car parks. So in summary, this is all about creating a business model that will enable large-scale investment in car parks across Europe.
Thank you, Jason. Short and sweet. For the next one, we actually have a surprise. Valerio, are you there? Valerio is in Milan, and I believe you have something to show us, right? Valerio? We cannot hear you, Valerio.
Valerio, you're on mute.
I'm not sure he's on
microphone. Yes, now I'm here.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
I'm in Milan, in one of our mobility area, close to Bocconi University. Mobility areas are intermodal nodes for electric mobility, to boost electric mobility, and in particular, shared electric mobility, located at intermodal nodes, so close to the public transportation services and light mobility, like bike sharing stations or something like that for the last mile. So with our project, we are boosting the last mile transportation system, and our mobility areas that I can show you here, a fast charge EV station, 150 kilowatts, and other quick charge stations in this mobility area. And our solution is also equipped with sensors for smart parking sensors, and we are also trying to test a couple of smart parking sensors. So we are providing a technological solution to boost the last mile and EV EV transportation, EV sharing. Our mobility areas are also powered by solar power, because we have equipped the stations with the mobility areas with solar power, and we are replicating this model even in private areas, both in Milan and in Naples. So in Milan, we are supporting EV sharing companies, and even in Naples, we have launched just a week ago another car sharing services made by electric vehicles powered by our mobility areas in parking in private spaces. These are located in public ones. So I think this is a good showcase to that goes in the direction all our colleagues explained in these sections, because parking services are the base of the new mobility for sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank
Ricardo.
you. Thank you very much, Valerio, as well.
I'm sorry if it's quite moving my picture, but it was funny. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valerio. Please don't go away. So, I mean, now these for the ones that don't see a direct link between these projects and the IMET initiative, I just want to say that all these projects are contributing to the further development of the infrastructure, so energy infrastructure, but also digital infrastructure services around Europe. That will allow us to achieve. Oh, Valerio, could you please? Yes, thank you. I was hearing a dog on the street.
Sorry.
No problem. Anyway, but one of the questions that a lot of entrepreneurs and investors have is, I mean, all these projects have received public funding, but how feasible is their business model without this kind of public funding? So I'd like to hear about all these projects and all of you. So Marek, why don't we start with you? I understand that you have implemented Navi parking in several countries already, including Dubai, where you are stationed now, right?
Yeah.
So, yes. Yeah. So can you tell us a little bit about the business model, its feasibility, and also socioeconomic benefits that you see?
We agree based on different scenarios, depending on stakeholders involved. For example, with a car park owner, we charge a commission fee for every transaction which is conducted on the parking. But you can, for example, imagine that there is a e-logistic provider which takes advantage of the parking capacity. We can also get or subscription fee or a commission fee from the logistic provider as well, which is then further, passed to the parking owner. So there is, in fact, a revenue share model which allows to build a sustainable business model.
Thank you. Jason?
Sorry, hello. So yes, our business model is based on generating revenue for the car park operator from EV charging. So we're currently deploying 300 chargers, 30 car parks across Oxfordshire in the UK. And we expect payback in around 3 years. It depends on, obviously, the uptake of EVs in the market, which is why we're doing some very detailed market analysis led by Oxford University to validate that. And also, there's a wide variation in cost of installing charging into different locations due to the basically the energy network connectivity. So we think for this particular model, funding isn't required. Certainly, I don't think will be required in 2 to 3 years. What we do find is that some cities are offering currently offering concessions to use their car parks for free or for very low fees in order to encourage adoption, which is always welcome. So it's a pretty positive outlook. But I think where there could be support is around bringing together the different types of solution around, let's say, place to provide a joined up solution for the end user. So I'll give you an example of that. We offer shared cars in the same locations that we offer the same car parks that we offer the EV charging, and we would look to, and Merrick and I have discussed around a joint architecture, so we can build up these different siloed solutions into sort of a single offer for the city or for the citizen.
Thank you. Valerio?
Okay, I'm here close to the bike sharing.
Keep in mind.
I know. Sorry.
We have a question from one of the participants that actually asks, so what kind of revenue are you envisioning for the charging station? What is the medium expected payback period?
That was exactly the reason why I switched on my camera, because we have two revenue streams, one from EV charging stations and one from the platform that enable smart parking services and fleet sharing services, because our platform could also manage the car sharing services or vehicle sharing services. So in the public application, of course, the payback is longer, because we usually don't have revenue streams from the sharing vehicle platform, but only from the EVs. And at the moment, we are working with the fleets, so car sharing services, EV sharing fleets, and the logistic fleets that are in Milan, especially turning on electric vehicles because of environmental policies. So we are supporting this transition to electric mobility in Milan. And in the replication in the private sector, so in parking spaces, is different, because we enable even the last mile sharing services for small companies. So we have two streams, and the investment to build up a station in a parking lot is less expensive. So the payback is very interesting, and the business model is very interesting too. So we are pointing on that for replication. Okay.
Thank you, Valerio. Anna, there's a question here from a participant who asks, what role should governments and local governments play in getting IMET solutions in place?
Oh, thank you. I am very happy of receiving this question, because actually this is the perfect teaser for people to download our white paper on intelligent mobility. This is answering the question directly and with a lot of detail. But just to very, very quickly answer it now, I have been speaking about the 6 action pillars that were included in the white paper, and city councils have an important role of this. For instance, supporting projects to further electrify their mobility, supporting projects that could further integrate smart charging solutions to their networks, or further empowering consumers.
Thank you, Anna. Elko, I was wondering, we still have 2-3 minutes left. Are there any questions left from the audience? Ilko?
Yes, I'm here. So, I think there's one question. Maybe it's directed, or I could direct it to Marek. It was probably around the repurposing of parking houses and car parks. What sort of innovative, or rather inspiring, examples have you seen in Europe?
What is the question exactly?
No, so about the repurposing of car parks and you know, so giving them new sort of destinations and purposes, because you were talking about that, Marek, and I think
Yes,
people were looking for some examples or inspiring examples that they could, you know, take note of.
Absolutely. So digitalization, as also what was mentioned by Theo, you know, unlocks potential park capacity, park spaces. In a traditional model, you just now have access to the parking, which is managed by the car park. Through station, you can unlock potential of the park capacity to all stakeholders outside the parking, because you have digital access rights. So you can dynamically assign access rights to the parking to the stakeholders, for example, logistics service providers, or you know, petrol delivery, you know, services or washing services. So suddenly the parking can you know, unlock potential mobility services, and in this case will stimulate electrification of transportation, because if you have charging stations, you can build ecosystem of all kinds of e-services, you know, which can be located or dynamically assigned to the parking.
I think Marek's connection has.
I think we lost Marek. Hello.
Are you? Do you hear me? Hello.
Yes, now we can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah. So no. This was just my conclusion. If you would like to know more, I'm happy to say more. But for the sake of time, I just try to be short.
Yeah.
Thank you.
As you
Thank
can
you,
see on the slides, our contact details are here. If you have any questions, you'd like to participate, you're just curious, you want to read the white paper or the executive summary, please do not hesitate to contact us. I believe these slides will also be shared with all the participants. So there you go. It was really a pleasure moderating this this session. Thank you so much to Anna, Marek, Jason, and Valerio for your contribution, and I hope you enjoyed it. Ilko, also thank you very much for checking the questions of the audience and reminding them.
Thank you, Ricardo. So with that, I want to thank everybody, also Edwin and his team, for the contributions, and of course a special thanks go out to Valerio, who had this impromptu contribution live from the streets of Milan, which was great, something different. I'm sure that we will make all of the presentations available through our website, and of course you can learn more about these initiatives through the Marketplace website as well. If you're interested and you are a stakeholder, do get in touch with them. I'm sure that they will be happy to accommodate you and your needs, but also your contributions as well. Meet us at the meeting area. It's still available during the whole day until 5 CET, where there's always somebody available to help you with any questions you might have. This live stream will now close, but will reopen at 2 o'clock this afternoon CET, with further contributions from the wondrous world of urban mobility and transport. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Even the city of Tampere is not the biggest city in the world. It's a middle-sized city in Europe. We do have some challenges in our transport system. For example, city of Tampere is located between two big lakes, and that gives us some challenges in order to provide a smooth traffic system.
And automated vehicles are part of the Stardust pilots. Robotic buses are planned to circle around the tramway hubs, and there is test network built together with Nokia. We are boosting up the e-mobility in Tampere. We are currently monitoring and following the operability of the e-buses, and data gets collected even in real time. And we are making then the evaluation of the energy savings and exhaust reductions. Then we have already pilot areas where we have automated cars running even already here in the city. The backbone of the smart public transportation system will be, of course, the tramway, which will be ready by the year 2021. And the busiest points along the tramway will be the smart hubs that will have the last mile, first mile system with robotic buses. There will be smart stops, smart tram stops with physical and digital services that make smooth everyday life for the citizens.
The City of Whites has wants to develop new forms of energy and new forms of mobility. We think that it's
take the bike, or they can share e-car system and so on. And we want to change the behavior of all the commuters. And I would say this is one of the big challenges in this project. In the mind of the people, always they are thinking only a car is the best possibility to come from one point to another. we will make awareness raising campaigns, and we want to work together with the factories so that maybe they will get a little bit of money back if they are using the railway, or will offer the possibility to make a shower and so on. So we hope that with these soft mobility measures will change the mind of the people.
We came up with the idea to conduct an experiment in which we tried to get commuters that would usually take their car to commute to Vienna multiple times a week to switch to alternative sustainable transport modes. The app basically is capable of tracking people, tracking their travel behavior, and also tracking their modes. So the app tracks which kind of transport modes people have used, so whether they use their car or the bicycle. And what we do in that experiment is based on this observed behavior before the actual experiment. We provide people with an incentive to switch to alternative transport modes. We give them a daily budget, and that budget they can keep, and it will be paid out afterwards if they switch to public transport, if they switch to cycling. I think on the one hand there were quite a lot of challenges from the, let's say, technological side, that one always expects these apps to perform perfectly well and measure everything perfectly well. That's usually not the case.
The main challenges were probably the challenges that already existed in the foundation. So like heavy battery drain, because obviously as we need a lot of detailed data to be able to predict the vehicle that the user is using. And this requires a lot of sensor data from the phone, and this heavily drains the battery, which was a problem in before, but we also faced this issue, which was a primary challenge in the project.
Yeah, in general, I think one big learning effect was also how parking is such a sensitive topic to many, on the one hand, citizens, but also to many stakeholders on the policy side and on the side of, parking garage owners, and there are a lot of interests that come together there, and it's a very
retail.
Exactly. So it's a very emotional topic.
Do your first tests as soon as possible. Saves you a lot of headache in the end when you try to analyze the data. Oh, I'm missing this chunk of data. I wasn't aware that this is not going to be part of this. So I think it's really crucial to check first, very early, if the data is present that is required to do the actual analysis. Try to keep the concept as simple as possible, not relying on long explanations for the user, so he doesn't feel tricked or doesn't know what's going on.
important to say how to make location for living, how to make location for residential with good energy situation, not only in the buildings but outside too. One of the goals of the EU Google project, to make the residential area attractive with this way. The whole construction, the landscaping of the residential areas, the architecture of the buildings must make carbon footprint small.
I am proud that it was possible to show that it's functionally, technically, economically feasible. I am very proud on that we received also the award as best renovated apartment house.
The project was all about hard work. We were forced to use for the first time in Slovakia some kind of fire barriers between the floors by insulation of the outer walls of the house.
The biggest challenge was the disconnection from the district heating. The disconnection happened on 17th of December. From 17th of December, the whole building was heated and supplied with hot domestic water.
Before the deep renovation, we paid per year about 36,000 euros for heating, and now it is from 12,000 to 14,000. Yeah.
We are responsible for the dissemination part of the project, and we will make a film about this project on our territory. We will make conferences, but not only this, workshops with students to show good practice in our city.
I'm very, very proud that it has succeeded, and a great thanks for all participated on this project.
One of the biggest goal of the European Commission is to reduce the greenhouse gases emission of 80% till 2050. With our project, we provide a solution which can allow to step by step achieve this goal. So in the Heat for Cool project, we have three types of solution which will be developed. One is the air source heat pump, which is supported by photovoltaic installations which provide the electricity for the heat pump. And the second solution is the gas adsorption heat pump, which will be supported by solar collectors. We simply do not replace the existing installations, but provide some integration with renewable energy sources. One of the biggest projects in innovation is a self-correcting intelligent building energy management system, which is a system to control and monitor this integration. The citizens involved are the tenants of the building, so we made the interviews in each apartment to know what are the needs of the tenants. For example, the time when they are home or when they are outside of the building, so we can adjust the work of the system to meet the thermal requirements, to make good thermal conditions for them. It's hard to tell people that the work of the machine can meet your, for example, thermal requirements for the apartment. We can achieve better economic impact of our project because we can, in the year, we can store some of overproduct electricity in the local grid and then use it when it is needed.
All these years, citizens of Trikala and in general in Greece could believe that technology is something out of his life, but technology can help and can serve the citizens to our every daily step. So yes, the first, let's say, goal is to bring technology in real life. But the biggest, the global idea is to not to live through technology, but to use technology just to live safer, more calm, to live better, in a better way.
InSmart project delivered a model, a software that can calculate this energy system. The most important outcome was that all the stakeholders realized that they are players in this energy system, and all the decisions, all the interventions gave impact to the system. So we all came together under workshops, we proposed different criteria, different interventions, and we made these calculations. We also launched some pilots to test if the evidence that InSmart gave us complies with reality. For instance, according to the estimations of the project, if we would upgrade to LED, the public lighting system, we would go to savings of approximately 60-something%. When we installed the smart lighting system with LED, we realized that the savings are higher, actually more than 75% savings. Smart lighting is a combination of things. First of all, it changes the lights to more energy efficient with LED, and it is accompanied with sensors that make calculations and changes the behavior of lighting. A mobile application can be used by the drivers and locate and even navigate to the parking slot. You can also pay it online, and when a parking slot is occupied, the municipal police is also informed, so it can go directly to violations. It can also measure things and respond to effects. Maybe you have to realize first that, okay, this is a system, but the players have to be coherent, they have to be collaborative, so you have to bring them together and show them their good, their benefits that they will gain from transforming a city to an energy efficient one.
town was founded in 1275. Nowadays it have a lot of old Soviet-built buildings without any insulation, without very good automatics, without ventilation systems. So our idea was to renovate our buildings to minimize energy consumption. Our partners from Model Project help us to create our local software for Latvia. It's called Deka tool. Main purpose of the software is to create model for district where we can see today's energy consumption as electrical as heating consumption, and using this software we can create model how to renovate all district. We can use packages what is included in this program, technologies like insulation, ventilation systems, solar panels, wind systems, and using these technologies we can see how our energy consumption will be minimized. We have a very modern heating system here. Every flat have heating radiators with regulators, so you can regulate your temperature from minimal to maximal as you wish. It is one of the energy efficient building in the Daugavpils. So our idea in Model is to make all buildings in Daugavpils district as this one. This is our world, this is our life. We have to think about renewable energy resources, so our planet has to be green.
Mä koen ainakin itse niin kuin sähköauton käyttämisen paljon helpommaksi kuin bensakäyttöisen tai dieselkäyttöisen auton. Se oli erittäin helppo ottaa niin kuin haltuun ja lataaminen, se on edullista käyttää sähköä, kun paljon edullisempaa kuin bensiiniä. Et meidän tarpeisiin se oli niin kuin todella loistava vaihtoehto. Ja kyllä mä ainakin tämän kokemuksen myötä niin olen sitä mieltä, että jos meille joskus hankitaan auto, niin se tulee olemaan sähköauto.
No, yhteiskäyttöautossa on se hyvä puoli, että kun siinä on paljon ihmisiä mukana, niin silloin voidaan jakaa niitä työtehtäviä ja auton huoltoon ja hoitoon liittyviä asioita sen mukaan, että kuka osaa mitäkin. Eli ei tarvitse itse osata teknisiä asioita, kun voi kysyä joltakin toiselta esimerkiksi. Ja toki sitten siinä on se, että kustannukset jaetaan sen mukaan, että miten paljon autoa käytetään, tai meillä jaettiin kilometriperusteisesti, niin kulut myöskin jakautuu. Kaikista varmasti semmoinen paras oppi oli siitä, että oppi tietenkin kaikki naapurinsa tuntemaan hyvin ja sai heistä uusia ystäviä, mutta toisaalta se, että oppi myöskin sen, että kuinka pystytään asioita jakamaan ja sopimaan ja toisaalta ollaan myöskin sitten opittu, että voidaan jakaa muitakin asioita tässä taloyhtiön ihmisten kesken ja ollaan pystytty laajentamaan sitä näkökulmaa, että se ei ole pelkästään se auto, mitä jaetaan, vaan voidaan sitten tarjota muille naapureille lainaksi myöskin kaikkea muuta. Esimerkiksi lehtiä kierrätetään tai jos kasvimalta jää ylimääräistä, niin voidaan tarjota naapureille tai pyytää apua erinäköisissä asioissa. Et se ei ole pelkästään jäänyt se yhteisöllisyys siihen yhteisen auton käyttöön. Ja kyllä varmasti tässä niin kun ollaan keskusteltu siitä, että olisiko tämä yhteiskäyttöautomalli sopiva meille sitten semmoisille talouksille, joilla sitä omaa autoa ei ole.
Esille, eli se latauspisteen oleminen siinä omassa pihassa, niin se helpottaisi, että vaikka meiltäkään ei ollut pitkä matka tuohon niin latauspisteelle, niin se, että se on omassa pihassa, niin se olisi varmaan niin tärkeä tämmöisen projektin onnistumisen kannalta. Sitten meillä oli käytössä niin tämmöinen Google-kalenteri, josta me varattiin sitä autoa. Mutta olen kuullut, että on sellaisia sovelluksiakin olemassa, että millä sä pystyt niinku varaamaan sen auton ja sä pystyt samalla sillä kännykällä avaamaan sen auton oven. Eli tämmöiset niinku tietysti helpottaisi tämmöisiä niinku yhteiskäytöllisiä niinku projekteja.
Response is to reduce the peak power at certain times during the day. And this can be done by controlling the heating, ventilation and air conditioning systems. Along with the lighting, the main issue is related to people. They did not know what to expect, so we had to inform them. The main challenge for us was to attract the occupants, but then if we showed them the decrease in the energy use, the peak power reduction and the potential money that not they but the building can achieve, they voluntarily involved. We only have one legal and political issue, is that we don't have a demand response energy market in place here in Romania. So in all our experiments we simulated this market. We receive signals to perform demand response events from the energy market, which is simulated. We receive the signals from the UK partner. He decides when to trigger a demand response event, but he decides looking at the Romanian load curve, energy use, and at the temperature here. Then we have to collaborate with the technical staff here in the university. The most important is that we have to inform the people in the buildings about the events, and also to try to involve them. We need their involvement, especially in the student hostels, because if they involve, the impact, the benefit will be higher. So the idea is that we intend to replicate the project also for the public buildings belonging to the city municipalities here. Then, of course, we intend that the outcome of this project to be a business model, if the energy market for the demand response will be legalized, that can be replicated in the whole country. Personally, I work in energy efficiency since 2005, and during this time I also noticed climate changing. So I think this is mainly due to our interventions, to human interventions in the nature, in the environment. So climate is changing, we are changing, and we can change things. And if me, if you, if more people will do this and are doing this, we will have an impact for our generation and maybe for the future generations.
All these years, citizens of Trikala and generally in Greece could believe that technology is something out of his life, but technology can help and can serve the citizens to our every daily step. So yes, the first, let's say, goal is to bring technology in real life. But the biggest, the global idea is to not to live through technology, but to use technology just to live safer, more calm, to live better, in a better way.
InSmart project delivered a model, a software that can calculate this energy system. The most important outcome was that all the stakeholders realized that they are players in this energy system, and all the decisions, all the interventions give impact to this system. So we all came together under workshops, we proposed different criteria, different interventions, and we made these calculations. We also launched some pilots to test if the evidence that InSmart gave us complies with reality. For instance, according to the estimations of the project, if we would upgrade to LED, the public lighting system, we would go to savings of approximately 60-something%. When we installed the smart lighting system with LED, we realized that the savings are higher, actually more than 75% savings. Smart lighting is a combination of things. First of all, it changes the lights to more energy efficient with LED, and it is accompanied with sensors that make calculations and changes the behavior of lighting. A mobile application can be used by the drivers and locates and even navigates to the parking slot. You can also pay it online, and when the parking slot is occupied, the municipal police is also informed, so it can go directly to violations. It can also measure things and respond to effects. Maybe you have to realize first that, okay, this is a system, but the players have to be coherent, they have to be collaborative, so you have to bring them together and show them their good, their benefits that they will gain from transforming a city to an energy efficient one.
Mä koen ainakin itse niin kuin sähköauton käyttämisen paljon helpommaksi kuin bensakäyttöisen tai dieselkäyttöisen auton. Se oli erittäin helppo ottaa niin kuin haltuun ja lataaminen, se on edullista käyttää sähköä, kun paljon edullisempaa kuin bensiiniä. Et meidän tarpeisiin se oli niin kuin todella loistava vaihtoehto. Ja kyllä mä ainakin tämän kokemuksen myötä niin olen sitä mieltä, että jos meille joskus hankitaan auto, niin se tulee olemaan sähköauto.
No, yhteiskäyttöautossa on se hyvä puoli, että kun siinä on paljon ihmisiä mukana, niin silloin voidaan jakaa niitä työtehtäviä ja auton huoltoon ja hoitoon liittyviä asioita sen mukaan, että kuka osaa mitäkin. Eli ei tarvitse itse osata teknisiä asioita, kun voi kysyä joltakin toiselta esimerkiksi. Ja toki sitten siinä on se, että kustannukset jaetaan sen mukaan, että miten paljon autoa käytetään, tai meillä jaettiin kilometriperusteisesti, niin kulut myöskin jakautuu. Kaikista varmasti semmoinen paras oppi oli siitä, että oppi tietenkin kaikki naapurinsa tuntemaan hyvin ja sai heistä uusia ystäviä, mutta toisaalta se, että oppi myöskin sen, että kuinka pystytään asioita jakamaan ja sopimaan ja toisaalta ollaan myöskin sitten opittu, että voidaan jakaa muitakin asioita tässä taloyhtiön ihmisten kesken ja ollaan pystytty laajentamaan sitä näkökulmaa, että se ei ole pelkästään se auto, mitä jaetaan, vaan voidaan sitten tarjota muille naapureille lainaksi myöskin kaikkea muuta. Esimerkiksi lehtiä kierrätetään tai jos kasvimalta jää ylimääräistä, niin voidaan tarjota naapureille tai pyytää apua erinäköisissä asioissa. Et se ei ole pelkästään jäänyt se yhteisöllisyys siihen yhteisen auton käyttöön. Ja kyllä varmasti tässä niin kun ollaan keskusteltu siitä, että olisiko tämä yhteiskäyttöautomalli sopiva meille sitten semmoisille talouksilla, joilla sitä omaa autoa ei ole.
Esille, eli se latauspisteen oleminen siinä omassa pihassa, niin se helpottaisi, että vaikka meiltäkään ei ollut pitkä matka tuohon niin kuin latauspisteelle, niin se, että se on omassa pihassa, niin se olisi varmaan niin kuin tärkeä tämmöisen projektin onnistumisen kannalta. Sitten meillä oli käytössä niin kuin tämmöinen Google-kalenteri, josta me varattiin sitä autoa. Mutta olen kuullut, että on sellaisia sovelluksiakin olemassa, että millä sä pystyt niinku varaamaan sen auton ja sä pystyt samalla sillä kännykällä avaamaan sen auton oven. Eli tämmöiset niinku tietysti helpottaisi tämmöisiä niinku yhteiskäytöllisiä niinku projekteja.
Even the city of Tampere is not the biggest city in the world. It's a middle-sized city in Europe. We do have some challenges in our transport system. For example, city of Tampere is located between two big lakes, and that gives us some challenges in order to provide a smooth traffic system.
And Automated vehicles are part of the Stardust pilots. Robotic buses are planned to circle around the tramway hubs, and there is test network built together with Nokia. We are boosting up the e-mobility in Tampere. We are currently monitoring and following the operability of the e-buses, and data gets collected even in real time. And we are making then the evaluation of the energy savings and exhaust reductions. Then we have already pilot areas where we have automated cars running even already here in the city. The backbone of the smart public transportation system will be, of course, the tramway, which will be ready by the year 2021. And the busiest points along the tramway will be the smart hubs that will have the last mile, first mile system with robotic buses. There will be smart stops, smart tram stops with physical and digital services that make smooth everyday life for the citizens.
Mä koen ainakin itse niin kuin sähköauton käyttämisen paljon helpommaksi kuin bensakäyttöisen tai dieselkäyttöisen auton. Se oli erittäin helppo ottaa niin kuin haltuun ja lataaminen, se on edullista käyttää sähköä, kun paljon edullisempaa kuin bensiiniä.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to everybody who's already joined earlier today. My name is Ilko Kruisinga. I'm one of the matchmakers of the European Smart City Marketplace team, and it's my pleasure to introduce the next session. It will be an exciting session because we have a very sort of interesting topic around urban air mobility and new mobility services. Actually, two initiatives sitting underneath the so-called Action Cluster for Sustainable Urban Mobility. One of the action clusters that is part of the fabric of the European Smart City Marketplace. We will kick off with a presentation by Vasilis Agouradis. He's with Airbus Air Mobility team, and he will introduce two further speakers from his initiative associated with the city of Toulouse, as well as the city of Hamburg in Germany. And thereafter, we will hear again from Edwin Mermans, who is with the New Mobility Services Initiative. And he's brought two fellows with him, Danielle de Boer, talking about urban freight transport, as well as Gert Blom, who is with the city of Helmond, which is in the south part of the Netherlands, talking about intelligent speed assistance. Now, without further ado, I want to hand over to Vasilis. But do bear in mind, audience, that you have the opportunity to ask questions to the panel and the presenters via Slido. The link is below. Just type in your question there. We'll be monitoring it, and I'll be sort of distributing those questions to the presenters as we go along. There's also the opportunity to meet with the Marketplace team. There's a meeting area and a help desk, which are easy to reach. There's always somebody available of the team to assist you with any question you might have. Just follow the link below on the same page that this stream is streamed from. Now I want to hand over to Vasilis. He's going to be introducing the initiative called Urban Air Mobility. So over to you, Vasilis.
I would like to give you the scope of the initiative. This has been about thinking how we can introduce the new generation of electric air vehicles in urban environments. It seems that I do not have control of my slides, so I would like to ask Anna or Sabine to change them. So perhaps you have been already familiar with regards to the world of drones. You have seen perhaps different applications. The point is, how do we integrate them in the urban mobility fabric? How do we use them in the city? And this has been, in fact, the focus of the initiative. As you can see from the current slide, the focus is not about the technology, it is about the city. If you can click, please, the slide. So it seems I have a control problem over the slides.
Okay, I just tried to fix this. This is Hannah speaking. I gave the mouse rights to you, but
okay.
I did it with the wrong. You should have the mouse rights. You could try to click on the slides.
Yes, I have also connection issues. So it is a city-centric and citizen-driven approach, as you see. And what we're looking here is to explore the interfaces with public transport, for example, or does not seem to work. If you can click for me, it will be better.
Jemand muss das muten.
Sorry, do you have control? Okay. It's about considering how drones or future air taxis could be part of mobility as a service. Of course, we have to explore the interfaces with the ground, whether it is about landing spots or about digital infrastructure required in order to be integrated with the wider smart city infrastructure. You see on number 4, it is about the air traffic management. This is a generic term, the ATM, that it is used in aviation, and specifically for the drones part and the air traffic over urban environments, there is a concept of UTM, which stands for Unmanned Traffic Management, and it is about how do we manage this new type of traffic of unmanned vehicles over cities. Of course, here is not just about air taxis, as I say, and as you can see on the slide, it's about different uses of drones, whether it can be for medical or logistics. If we can go to the next slide, please.
Is this the slide you want to see?
Sorry, but I see the previous slide. I don't know if you have moved it.
I clicked on the next slide.
Okay, I don't see it here, but...
Okay. Maybe you could keep on talking because we can see the slides.
Okay, so let me see. I'm sorry for that, but it's a very bad connection.
So we can see the site explore shape deal, and then we have different points on the left side and the circles on the right side and a blue box in the middle. Maybe if you could talk about that slide.
Yes, this is about, we're talking here in the EIP about the explore and deal phases. In fact, what makes the UM initiative different, if you can click the points to see on the left side, is that we don't have certified products as with other initiatives, for example, electric cars, or if we're talking about smart city projects with regard to, for example, lampposts and so on. So there are a lot of challenges with regard to urban air mobility. There is no regulatory framework in place. So we need to define this, whether it is for drones or air taxis. It is not even agreed at the societal level, at the society level, what are the use cases for which we are going to use this next generation of air vehicles. Again, whether it is an air taxi type, or passenger transport, or a drone. And there is not even evidence about what the society thinks about it. If you can click, so we can have the blue part. So this prompted the initiative to be purely city-centric and citizen-driven, and the focus is given, in fact, of preparing the market conditions for services, not for technologies implementation. Because here, what we care about is the benefit we can provide, the public value, the public benefit from this new type of technology. And this is the reason why the cities are the main members and only, I would say, of this initiative. Of course, cities develop their own local ecosystems around which they work with academia, with SMEs, with bigger companies, as you will see from my colleagues in Toulouse and in Hamburg. But the actors who really drive and lead this initiative are cities. If you can click, we can see the 3 circles that I have there. So the focus is on really working to create, not only to integrate in terms of technology, these new opportunities we have through urban air mobility, but also to work to socially embrace this. And the cities are working to establish the public and private support required, whether it is about, for example, with regulators or with funding organizations. And we are seeking the synergies between the ground and the air, because from the very early stage, we have acknowledged that this has to be complementary to the established urban mobility systems. And of course, we'll put a lot of emphasis of bringing forward the role of the cities and the citizens by making them one of the main actors of co-creation. If we can go to the next slide, what we can see is that the initiative, it is formulated around 4 task forces. If you can click, so we can see the regulation, funding, air and ground integration, and public co-creation. And I hope you can click, so we can see the 3 different circles there, and the cities being really in the center. If you keep clicking, so we can see that other activities of the initiative is about ongoing work on developing a policy or practitioner briefing about urban air mobility in the context of SUMP. Perhaps you have heard in the morning Luana and Lutz talking about the importance of the sustainable urban mobility plans, and the aspect of urban air mobility has been missing so far, and our initiative has been asked by DigiMove to lead this work. So our cities, through the task forces you see here, are working on that. At the same time, we are working with the European Investment Bank through the advisory hub, where we have an assignment in order to explore what are the opportunities for urban air mobility. I would like to give you very quickly an overview of this work with the European Investment Bank. So if we go to the next slide, we started at end of February. The aim is to finish by end of October, and we really want to explore the business model opportunities in terms of what are the main pillars, how mature it is. You can see on this slide the different work packages and tasks on this work. We really want to focus on the more mature projects from our cities and use them as the guide to better understand what are the investment requirements and what is required to mature them. So if we go to the next slide, this is a work led by Atkins, which is the external consultant that has won this assignment. And if you click again, we can see that the next steps is really to keep working in order to better understand and report the market assessment, have a deeper understanding on the business case development, and we plan to communicate all of this in the fall. So just go to the next slide. I would like to thank you. I apologize for the connection issues. I hope I gave you a quick overview of the initiative that has 40, what I missed in one of the slides to say at the beginning is that the initiative has members 42 cities across 14 countries in Europe. And I would like to pass now to Toulouse and to Reut, and later on to Hamburg with my colleagues there, to see 2 different approaches of how 2 cities have been dealing and prompted from the initiative. Thank you.
Thanks, Vasilis, for this nice overview of your project. I'm not sure who will be next. Rohit, will it be you?
Yep. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Thank you, Vasilis, for the introduction part. And good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for allowing Toulouse Metropole to present our plan and our complete vision, how we started this complete project from the scratch and where we are today. Yeah, so the story of Toulouse UM started in September 18. Thanks to Vasilis for bringing the Toulouse Metropole inside the UM initiative. But like all the cities, for us also, we were very new. We never did anything regarding the drone or drone taxi or any other operation in third dimension before. But we realized that there is some potential. But the major question for us is like how to develop the complete ecosystem. Because in Toulouse Metropole, we believe that urban air mobility is for us is not an aviation, but a new form of urban mobility. And for that, we need to develop the complete ecosystem. So we keep working with more than 35 partners for 5 months. And in Feb 19, we developed the urban air project. We identify all the actors. And the next question was that how to get money for this project, what we have defined. So in that time, parallelly, there was a project named Villagil was going on, like we were developing the call for proposal, which was about the next 10-year plan for future mobility. We integrated the urban air mobility inside that project. And in September, we won the project with a budget of 165 million. And out of which 165 million, 113 million has been dedicated to the urban air mobility. One thing I would like to highlight here, so Villagil is not just a project, it's a kind of business plan. And it's about the future strategy of Toulouse Metropole, which means if we are thinking about the future, so we cannot just keep talking about one or two partners. We need to involve the complete ecosystem of Occitanie first, Occitanie region or Toulouse Metropole region. But we didn't have any means to do that. And then in December 2019, last year during the Amsterdam Drone Week, we launched our digital segment, that is B612 UAM. So B612 is already an innovation center in Toulouse that is having the accelerator program. And with this vision, we started to develop the urban air mobility for other partners in Toulouse. But surprisingly, we got support and willingness from the partners across the globe who want to join us. So we open it during the Amsterdam Drone Week. But after that, we also keep supporting many technology partner or research institute because they need an urban area to test or try their solution. And in January 2020, we won another S2020 project named U-Space, in which Toulouse is going to support the research group with the demand capacity balancing in urban area. So if I would like to highlight about the Villagil, so as I said, Villagil is a business plan, and it is a very unique example of 22 partners of the public and private partner to work together and to develop urban mobility for the future. It is also about the investment, because in Villagil, we got a funding of 35.7 million, but remaining amount is open for outside investment. So this also give a opportunity for all across the globe to all the investors to come to Toulouse and to start working with a Villagil project. And the third is about the replication. So if we want to develop a sustainable solution, a green solution for tomorrow, we need to work with the partners of the city outside Toulouse. So they can also learn from us and we can learn from them. So in the Villagil project, we also have a segment related to the replication of the solution, what we are developing. To highlight the core idea behind the Villagil. So first question which comes in our mind, how the future will look like? What about the tomorrow's mobility? And with this vision, we are developing a Frankagel test bed, multimodality test bed in Toulouse. So if you can see the yellow part, so yellow part is dedicated to the ground mobility, like the autonomous vehicle, their maintenance, how it will operate. The blue part is dedicated to the urban air mobility, where we're going to talk about the ground infrastructure, air infrastructure, traffic management of drone, the cyber security of the system, and how the taxi, air taxi or drone will operate. The red part is dedicated to the energy and energy infrastructure. So it is very clear that city cannot build a two electric infrastructure or hydrogen infrastructure to support ground and air vehicle. We need a common infrastructure. So in the red area, that work will be done. The purple is dedicated to interoperability between the ground and air mobility, how the third dimension will be communicate or integrate in the existing ecosystem. And the orange one is about the research work and about the co-working space. So which means this Frankagel test bed, which is our first priority to develop, will give us the idea how to save the complete city. And this test bed will be open for all the city, for all the companies who want to come and test in Toulouse in next 2 to 3 year time. And after that, in next 5 to 7 year, we're going to start deploying the drone taxi as well as other ground mobility solution. So after launching the Urban Air Mobility Initiative during Amsterdam Drone Week, we realized that we cannot afford to do it only for the urban air mobility. Because even if we think about the urban air mobility, the actors are from very different domain. They are from the energy, they are from the city planner, they are from the regulation, they are from the ground mobility. So with this vision, we realized that we need to cover inside the digital, we need to cover the complete blanket of partners. And inside this, we will have the 4 different type of actors. So we named it, we categorize it in 4 different. So one we named it supply. Any company or universities or research institute, they want to sell or commercialize their solution. We name it demand. Who will going to generate the need, like city like us, like the hospitals, like the agriculture and railways. We then talk about the fund, because we have been, Toulouse have been getting in touch with many investor people are getting in touch with us that they want to invest in a project like Villagil. But there might be some other project also who are unable to reach to the dedicated fund across the globe. So that part is about the fund. Then it's about the support, like the regulators. So we have been in touch with the regulator who said, yes, they want to support the project. They want to advise the company. So they can do that. So this is the global idea that we want to develop it. When we started, we wanted to develop it for Occitanie to make it, to connect all Toulouse and Occitanie region. But now slowly, as we are getting the positive response, we'll take it to the global level. So what's next? So as Toulouse is trying to develop urban air mobility, but we are very open and we are willing to work with all the segment of actors, whether cities or investor or different organization, through our digital marketplace, which we started with a local vision, but we want to collaborate with all the actors and partners across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohit. I think we can go now to the team of Hamburg. I hope Andreas has joined, and Christina or Francesca.
Yes, we are here, Francesca and me, in the same room, so we share the same laptop. Now I would like to introduce the Hamburg approach to UAM, as we call it, from small to big, evolving UAM in Hamburg. I hope we can switch the slides. Now this is the first thing. We see this new economic spaces. It's from our thoughts developed 1.5 years ago. So this is a perspective of a city, and Hamburg is not only a city but a city-state. It means one of 16 federal German Länder states. And so we are not only a city, we are also the federal, on a federal level, we are the aviation authority of the city-state of Hamburg. So we have more than one perspective in Hamburg. So this is, for us, it's a perspective for the industry. A new economic space means above the cities means a new perspective for the industry, and we have a strong industry cluster here with Hamburg Aviation, with Airbus and Lufthansa Technik and others.
If that is fine for you, I could, if you can hear me, then I could just go on for Mr. Richter.
Yes, please, Christina.
All right. As Mr. Richter just said, Hamburg is a city-state. Oh, is he back?
Christina, so I don't know why we were, so did you hear anything from us, or should we start from the beginning?
Now, if you could just keep on talking about Hamburg as a city-state, slide.
Yes,
number 3.
I talked about. I don't know when we went out from the laptop with the mic. So now the mic is on. So we have two perspectives. We are a city-state, one of 16 federal German Länder, and as a city-state, we have an aviation authority, which is working closely together with the Federal Aviation Authority. That's different from other German cities. So we have both perspectives. So these are the 5 topics which are very important for us developing UAM. The first thing is we need the legal framework. Without legal framework, there is no economic space. And we have these 2 perspectives, and that is the discussion ongoing with EASA and the European Commission and with the federal government. So how do we establish the legal framework? That's one thing. For the cities, very important is that above the clouds, Sweden might be boundless, but above the city, it's not. And what is limiting the capacity? So the capacity above the cities is limited by the legal framework. It's one thing, it's very important, but it's also limited by technology, by infrastructure, and by public acceptance. So our aim is, how do we find the right capacity above our cities within these very important things like legal framework, technology, infrastructures, and public acceptance. And then very important for us in Hamburg is acceptance is created by balancing competing interests. It's not only discussing with the citizens, but bring these competing interests together, like also ecologic, like noise and other things, and security. We have to balance all that, and that will make acceptance. So at the end, in Germany, we'll have to have a legal framework. We have to do these balancing of the interests, and it has to be also sure before the courts. And one slide, can you go one slide back? So there was the 5th point. So the reason is why we started of acceptance. We started with projects like Medifly, like other UAM cities, which have more acceptance because it's a public interest. So, and then we have the other view as a civil aviation authority, what is very important for us as well. so far, individual air control should be enhanced by an automated and integrated urban air traffic management. This has to be developed, and there is a lot of discussion ongoing on that, but that's what we need. UAV should be connected with controller and owner during flight and should be identifiable for authorities, very important for the cities as well. And we need to protect sensible areas, and that should be guaranteed. That must be possible. Those areas have to be defined legally and protected automatically, because we cannot go on permissions every drone flight. And we need technology for that, for instance, by geofencing. And we need also the appropriate technical and administrative defense systems. So this is views we have on UAM. And then we came to our projects, and we selected our projects addressing these views. So we have one project, could be more explained by Christina and Franziska, Medifly, and we have one called UDVEO, which is about the traffic, how could it be organized above cities, how do we organize drone centers with all aspects, and then we have the third project, and we have a lot of other projects as well, but these are the three ones of strategic interest. So we have a very profound approach to what is really possible above a city. So that's from my point for the beginning, yeah, I would say, and then the rest could be done by Christina and Franziska.
Okay, Christina, will you take over? Yes, thank you. As we already said, Medifly is one of the model projects in Hamburg. It's similar, of course, to many use cases transporting medical goods. In this case, it's tissue samples between two hospitals. But I think what is quite interesting is that we have been working on this project since 2017, informing the partner setup, for example, and talking to each other and to the hospitals, of course, and involving them from the very early beginning, because we had to understand how could Medifly and the drone actually help them in their processes and give them a safe, secure, and regular drone operation. So this was the setup, the challenge for Medifly Hamburg. Medifly is a project which is taking place in Hamburg, really in a very urban and densely populated area. You can see the route that has been taken between the two hospitals here on this slide. It's about 5.5 to 6 kilometers in the air. What you need to know is all of the Hamburg city region is inside air traffic control zone, and the Medifly drone was taking off and launching from helipads. So we had to take this into consideration. Hamburg, of course, is quite specific with their weather conditions, so we had to take this into account as well. Here you can see the project set up. It's divided into two phases. The first one has been accomplished successfully in February. It was dedicated to demonstrating the technological setup. So we demonstrated that it's feasible and safe to fly in this urban area. The next setup of the project will be on working on the regular operation. So this is at the moment being, you can say, they're applying for the funding, which has already been unofficially been granted by the Federal Ministry for Transportation and Digital Infrastructure. And this second phase will work on more than one route. There will be a network for drone logistics between various hospitals in northern Germany. So this is about scalability and replication, and we will have been dedicating also a very big task package to public involvement. How can we raise the public acceptance here, and not just getting feedback, but also getting the public involved into maybe giving their thoughts and shaping their ideas in here as well. So we've been talking about quite a few projects. I think what you need to know is, as I said, Hamburg has been dealing with UAM topics since 2016 and has been building up network structures in 2017, which paved the way for Hamburg being a European UAM model region. So what we are doing in this network, Hamburg's network is called Windrove. We are bringing people together and we are shining light on all the activities and the various competencies that are taking place in Hamburg. So you can see just a little visual here on the side. There's quite a bunch of competencies here in Hamburg and projects going on. One of them is, of course, Medifly, but there's quite a bit going on as well. What is interesting about our network, Windrove, is it's funded by the city, actually. So we are receiving money from the city to bring those people together, to bring society, science research, industry partners, and public institutions together to shape this urban air mobility approach here in Hamburg. What we are doing together with them is to foster new projects. We are free of commercial interests, so we are working dedicated to the civil and to the public interest of UAM, and we're bringing them all together to form this UAM strategy for the city. So this was quite a short wrap up of everything we've been doing to catching up some time. So thanks a lot for your interest, and I'm giving up to the next one.
Thank you very much, Christina and the team, Andreas, Franziska from Hamburg, and also Roy from Toulouse. I think this is the end of our presentations. I hand over to you to tell us how you want to proceed.
Yes, I think we should proceed with Edwin then, yeah, of North Brabant.
Good afternoon. My name is Edwin Mermans. I'm from the province of North Brabant and also one of the coordinators of the New Mobility Service initiative, one of the 3 initiatives in the action cluster. New mobility services, that is about large-scale implementation of new mobility services in a smart city context. What we want is breakthrough in the implementation and so mainstreaming of novel mobility solutions that are enabled by autonomous mobility, CITS, and mobility as a service. We are not about technology push, but it is about making cities better. What we want is to create impact in cities and regions and to deal with the challenges such as congestion, lack of space, clean air, inclusion, but also to create new jobs. NMS is a partnership. We are a community with, at the moment, over 100 active stakeholders, such as cities, regions, industry, SME, universities, consultancies, and European networks. So the whole set of stakeholders in this transition. At the moment, we are especially interested to have more cities and regions on board, especially also with experience and ambitions in fast-tracking the uptake of NMS. And additional to that, of course, also industry and SME are very welcome to join and test your solutions and vehicles and services in smart cities. NMS I have to click the slides too, of course. I have only 3. They're slow. This is number 2. And the last one is about, of course, what we are about. We have at the moment 6 working groups where the real work happens. And today you can listen to 4 of our coordinators. We had 2 this morning and now we have 2 this afternoon. So that means that now I give the floor to both Danielle de Boer about urban freight management, and after that, last but not least, Gert Blom about intelligent speed assistance. So Danielle, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Edwin. Hannah, Elko, Sabine, thank you for having us. I'm Danielle de Boer. You can't see me right now because I had setting issues and I didn't want to risk a log out. But I will leave my LinkedIn in the chat so you can add me straight away. I'm the lead coordinator, as Edwin said, for urban freight transport. So NMS is not only about mobility, also for freight. And what we have in our current work group now are cities and regions, universities, also the European Network of Living Labs. And our work group is about an integral approach to CO2 emission. What we build on are projects which have run under Horizon 2020 and have been successful. And we are building a follow-up on this. So there are 3 projects which we're building up on. So that is success. That's building consolidation centers in cities where they work multi-stakeholder. A sitting lab, 20 sitting labs. Some of you know the word living lab, but it's where innovations, both mobility and freight, are deployed and solutions are tested out in a multi-stakeholder setting. And also Novolog, which is a project on how to implement SULP, so Sustainable Urban Logistics Plans, and how to work multi-stakeholder. So from my from this summary, you already know that it's about multi-stakeholder. So that's where we're engaging on. So what you see now is we lobbied at DG Move for some things that we wanted to work on in Horizon Europe. What you saw in the first versions was that there was a focus on mobility and passengers and not so much on freight. So we discussed a more integral approach about freight and mobility together. And we are working through the silos. So what silos do you see in this plane? So what you see is a lot of urban logistics and siloing of logistics. And then for freight, it's another silo, and these are not working together. We are also looking at a project called Phytonodes, which connects urban logistics with the 10T nodes for freight. So we want, in our project, we want to integrate both mobility and transport, and also want to link both urban logistics and 10T nodes. And also, when you look at a lot of solutions in these projects we are building up on, that there are a lot of technological solutions which are quite narrow. And it's not about all these funding schemes are not about creating technology constantly and not learning from it. What we'd like to see is how could we upskill technology? Technology is already there. It's a surplus of a lot of technology. How could we upskill tech that's already there? What you see from a European Commission point of view, but also broader regional policies, that it's mission-oriented and regional. And what you see is that a lot of stakeholders are working together. On the in the figure you see at the right, you see the many sectors are working together to actually take up societal challenges. And this is what we actually do and what we need. So we're now working with these projects, which we're researching on a business model for sustainable cooperation and change. So we want to work multi-stakeholder through the silos, as I already said. What we are working on now is a a bigger research underneath these partners, but also other partners that have joined, like for runner projects in urban logistics or in freight, that have run already and were proven to be sustainable after 4 years. And these are either city labs, which has been successful and the project is still running, but we're also looking at city labs which have stopped and then see what were the causes for this. And ultimately, we want a template for upscaling of this cooperation and the transferability of learnings by EU for runners in sustainability. So we want to work towards projects, not so much projects that work, but towards cooperation that works. And on the long term, we want to see how we can find sustainable cooperation plans that are like SAMP and SALP, not paper documents, but are evidence-informed change plans. Oh, so my email was in the slide, but somehow it disappeared. So I will give you my email in the chat. And thank you so much for your attention.
Good afternoon. In the next -2 minutes which are left, I will try to explain a bit about intelligent speed assistance. This is a working group dealing with a very specific topic, ISA, intelligent speed assistance. And I sincerely hope in 2 years' time we will not longer have this working group, but for the time being it's still useful. I will try to explain. This is what intelligent speed assistance ISA is. It's an intelligent speed assistance system. It's a technology that can actively prevent drives from exceeding the speed limits. And it's most of the time it's using both cameras in the vehicle and databases, speed limit databases from a digital map. This is what it is. So it's a bit more intelligent compared to, for example, speed bumps. And speed bumps, I know they're not quite intelligent, but we still need them. Everybody hates them, but we still need speed bumps. But in the future, we will hope we can turn into intelligent speed assistance, ISA. And this is why it's important. It's about, we're dealing with 25,000 fatal accidents per year on European roads. And speeding is one of the main factors for these accidents. And in fact, it's a shame, of course, that we accept this because there's technology available and there's some research has been done, for example, by TRL, Transport Research in London. And the impact of ISA could be about 20% reduction in fatal accidents. So this is huge. This is really enormous. And another study showed that it could prevent about 25,000 people killed in the next 15 years. So this is why it's so important. But this is it's not only about statistics. This is also, of course, about tragedies in families. Mothers, fathers, friends not coming home from work, kids not coming home from school. And this is why ISA is very important in our belief. And from the working group I'm chairing, we try to do some practical things. And one of the examples is the ISA Manifesto in 2018. We launched this just as a awareness raising for ISA. At the occasion of the annual Polis conference, the City Network Polis, and at least it's raised some awareness about ISA, why it's important and why it's needed to come to deployment. And we hope at least we could contribute a little bit to the General Safety Regulation revision by the European Commission. And this is a major step forward. What it will mean that ISA is now included in the General Safety Regulations in the European Union. And in practice, this means that from 2022 onwards, all new type of vehicles in the European market have to be equipped with ISA on board. And from 2024 onwards, all new vehicles produced in Europe and coming to the European market will have ISA on board. So this is a major step forward. And the type of ISA that's going to be mandatory in the EU, it will be a system that can be switched off, is overridable, so no worries. If you want to be so stupid to speed and speeding, it's still possible. It's not wise, but still possible. And now in the next coming months or so, we will define the details. And of course, the devil is in the detail. What kind of system will be mandated by the European Commission? There's a discussion going on. Should it be only camera-based, only the camera in the vehicle recognizing traffic signs, or should it also be based on digital map information? And probably the outcome will be that it will be technology neutral. The main thing where it's all about is the detection rate levels. If it only detects, the system only detects about, let's say, 50% of the traffic signs and the speed limits, it will not work. People will not accept it, will not use it, and they will switch it off. So what we really would like to have is a very high detection rate levels to be mandatory. What we're also doing, and this is with some partners, is we made a proposal for the EIT Urban Mobility to prepare the cities for speed limit data supply chain. What I mean with this is, of course, if we want to make success of ISA, if all new vehicles will be equipped with ISA, but the cities are not prepared or other road authorities are not prepared because they're not giving the right speed limit data, it will not work either. So also for us as cities, there's some work to do. And with this project, we try to at least prepare cities for this. And the last thing we're doing in the Netherlands, at least, is we try to set up some retrofitting pilots, because it's good when all new vehicles will be equipped with ISA, but there will be an existing fleet for many, many years without ISA. And so we're doing some pilots now to see if it's possible to do aftermarket installation of ISA systems technology. COVID does not help us to do some pilots for the moment, I must be honest about this. So this is really about a call for action. This is why I'm very happy to pitch now. The participants in this webinar really would like to have your support whenever possible to lobby for high detection rate levels. As I said before, if the detection rate levels mandated by the European Commission are not high enough, it will not work and the users will not accept it, and it will have not the impact we expect it to have. But there's also another thing. Already now you could, and following the good example, for example, of Transport for London, to get ISA in the procurement requirements for public transport in your region or country. But also for companies, you could, in your procurement specs of your company's fleet, you could consider to ask for ISA in your cars, in your vehicles, in your trucks, in your buses. Of course, you're more than welcome to sign the ISA manifesto. No worries, it's nothing legally binding, but it's really to express your interest in ISA, in the support of ISA, and deployment of ISA. And of course, you're more than welcome to join the working group on ISA. For private companies, more than welcome, but especially cities. We're looking for cities to join our working group, because in the end, we as cities, we will benefit from ISA. If we can get rid of these speed bumps, it will increase road safety. But also there's another thing, we have to prepare ourselves for ISA to come with the speed limit data. Thank you very much, and over to Edwin, I suppose.
Edwin, do you want to say something about generally about contacting your initiative before we go into perhaps 2 questions? We have time.
Yes, of course. In general, and the last slide is with my contact details. But if you are interested and want to know more about new mobility services, just contact me. I will share with you the white paper. You can find it on Twitter also. And since we have 6 working groups on 6 topics, there are a lot of opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Edwin. So just because we can take up to 3 o'clock CET. So I think there's time for 2 questions. There are actually more questions than 2. Probably we'll be able to respond to those questions via the website, so beyond the time of this webinar. Let me just pick one question related to aerial mobility. Actually, there are a couple of questions that could be clustered. It's around public perception and acceptance will be key elements of unmanned aerial vehicles in general, certainly in city environments. How will the initiative investigate social acceptance? Is that a question for Vasilis or colleagues?
Yes, I could try to give an answer to that. First of all, it's not about investigating social or public acceptance. The way we see it is about developing it or co-creating, co-shaping it. As it was highlighted by my colleagues from Hamburg. It is about balancing competing interests. So when we say social acceptance or social embracement, which is a term we use in our initiative, we don't mean just the citizens. The citizens, of course, they are a key element, a key stakeholder, but they are not the only one from the wider society. So the way that we push for this to happen is mainly through living labs. What you've seen, for example, what Toulouse is trying to do is to develop such a living lab. What Hamburg is trying to find ways is to see how in these experimental setups they can engage with the citizens in order to influence, to give feedback. So different cities have different approaches. They can run some information sessions or questionnaires. It is not yet one certain way. Each city has its own way, but what we really see to be the key point is to be active, which means to engage the citizens in this sort of living lab environments. And it is not just the citizens, but the many different actors, whether they are regulators or research institutes or other aspects of the public life.
Thank you, Vasilis. So I think the linkage to the living labs is something that we heard earlier today as well as a sort of key component in involving the wider stakeholders in the acceptance and actually the take-up and scale-up of these types of solutions. So there's a question, probably you could address that to Danielle, I suppose. It says, what is the role of local government to enable the urban freight scenarios that were discussed? So how do you see local government, city councils, what role do they play in enabling those scenarios?
Yeah, so what we are researching are the multi-stakeholder cooperation, and what you see, which role governments usually take up, it depends per scenario. Sometimes they facilitate a lot of these innovations, but preferably they are innovators. So what we are now setting up is how cities can be innovators, because they have a lot of the rights and possibilities, for instance, to reuse space in the city for logistics purposes. Amsterdam is a really good example of this, where PostNL reused space, which were postal depots for logistic parcel purposes for innovation with cargo bikes. So that kind of gives the city an innovative role. And this is what we're researching, how cities can be innovators in urban freight scenarios. And sometimes they're also the orchestrator, bringing together all the stakeholders that are needed for certain deployments of solutions.
Thank you, Danielle. So in the interest of time, I was given until 3, so we have 1 minute left. I just do want to point you to some information. There's links to Danielle's LinkedIn profile in the Slido. There's also a new mobility service LinkedIn group being promoted in Slido. I do invite everybody to have a look there. And I do have a small question perhaps to Gert, who was promoting the manifesto, but I didn't see where can we find that manifesto? How do we sign up to that?
Just very simple. Just send me an email you want to be on the list, and I'll put you on the list, and then it will be again on the website of NMS. And again, it's just about awareness raising. It's not legally binding. It's not a contract, but just showing that you support this. So if you send me an email, my contact details are also in the slides. Or to the NMS working group, we'll put you on together with I think we're now with 20 organizations from Europe, and you will be number 21.
Excellent, thank you Gert, for that information. So with that, I want to thank everybody, and especially want to thank Vasilis, who was able to circumnavigate the various technical issues that he was facing during this webinar. So we ran a bit late, but I guess the good content sort of greatly compensated for that. So thanks everybody. very interesting input. Do get in touch with the Marketplace people in the meeting area. Offline, we will be taking care of the various presentations and putting them online so that you're able to read at your own leisure what has been presented and get in touch with the various presenters on these very important topics. Thanks. Bye-bye.